Here we are. A little... Oh, I almost said late, but it's like 10. So, yep. We're gonna continue. We finished a little talk yesterday where we saw them chatting and her opening up about not being the perfect person. Yes. And she finally figured out where or why she wants to be the leader of this country. Yep, we can enter with the avatars. We know. A promise for the people. Yeah, well, the Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favorite hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. So basically, they're probably gonna jump us, right? Well, at least they're gonna try. Although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Well, concern is never unwarranted. But, you know. Bandits on their own, what has Doral Jah and the Landsguard been doing? Yeah. Now she feels like it's like up to her to fix it. And off she goes again. Head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Actually, no, we're gonna go find ourselves our, you know, spots. We need them. And the Aether Compass is gonna be our best friend for a little while, so west. Basically jump into it because the entire clue here is that I really want to get a lot of this done this weekend. I know I'm not going to be able to finish it completely, but that's also fine. Try to remember where the little fluffy buddies. Bye. No, I don't really want to play with you, but okie dokie. Bye bye. Oh, there it is. Thought there was one. No, there isn't. For a few seconds, I thought there was one. There is one down here too. Is this one? And then there's one in. Basically, there's one in the middle here somewhere. From memory. Southeast. Doesn't really want me to go where I want to go, which is normal. Because what we want to do is go in the middle here, because I'm pretty sure there's one there. Although the compass makes me want to go other places, it's like, nah, I know there's one here, see? And then we have one all the way down here. Should also be one like here, and then there's like one in the upper corner somewhere. So we're just gonna grab them quickly so that it's done and out of the way. I've always liked doing it this way, because it means that I am free to ignore them later. That means that when we're done with the extra quests, we get flying in this area and we're done. So we're gonna go grab the one down here. And then we're gonna go grab the one that's like here. We'll go grab this one and go up and grab that one. And then we'll hop back here. It's a little bit of a detour, but I always feel that it's kind of worth it. Maybe I'm completely wrong about the worth it, but nah, for me it's kind of worth it. I like having the points of the Aether current points. Southeast, yeah, that's about it. It's supposed to be hiding somewhere. There it is. There she is. Hi. There's a hunt train up, apparently. Can we get back up again? Can we? No? No, we can't. Ah, that's a shame. Okay, long way around it this time. So where we want to go now is like over here, and then up there, and then we can just port back to this. We can grab this on the way though. We can do the quest here first, honestly. There's no point. We will be going up here afterwards, so yeah. We'll mix and match a little. Simply because we can. And no other reason. Had it just been me, I'd just probably go get them, but since I'm doing this on stream, I'll mix and match a little. We might be helping out a friend today with a bit of raids too, so there will be some random breaks in the MSQ if that happens. We'll see. She's doing Stormblood raids. Yeah, I do like Earthenshire though. I like the idea that they have there. It's a funky one. Yeah, the bike is faster, so we're abusing the fact that it is. I think it's kind of like what other mounts has as their base speed with the first upgrade, so it's always a little bit faster. There we go. Hello. I was sidetracked. Where are these bandits? Well, hiding. Apparently, they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is a little farther ahead, on the opposite bank of Miyakabe-zoma, but let's remain vigilant all the same. Yeah, sure. At least it's not like when I was here with Makoto, it was like full armor, shield, sword. As a bandit, I think you'd be a little bit on the stupid end of things, right? If you wanted to press your luck with that. Southwest. Some 400 and something yams, which is down here somewhere. It's quite a few yams. The good part of this is that when I want to level something later, I can do all of these. At any time, really. Doesn't matter. Since they level sync, it really doesn't matter. You just fly between them anyway. Hello, moblins. Just gonna grab your aetheryte first. Because that's how we do things. As they say, because why not? We talk to the alpaca keep, because why not? And then we talk to Erinville. Is this it? The village where the Lady of Pots from the Chululal saga resides. Earthenshire, Idylshire, might be similar to culture and inclination. The settlement themselves couldn't be more different though. This shire appears to be custom built to resemble Pots. The other was of course the old repurposed town. Still like the Shire word, apparently. Oh, there, a moblin. They speak the same though. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue? I mean, happy greeting is such a good word. Should just have their entire dictionary. That is us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. Probably them. Yep, you're exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Ready Rock is the Elector. Straight to performing the street. Can be done. As much as Ready Rock would like to do just that, we have much more pressing matter. Storm hit our ridges, shattered the cliffs, and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats or metal tests. Well, isn't it? What are the Potsworn? Now we shall know. Goldsmiths contracted to work for the moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops they practice their craft. The moblins provide these potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything that artisans could possibly need, which allows them to concentrate on producing what's widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tural. So basically, they get all they need and get treated quite well. Apart from right now, apparently. If this is the best I can offer, I should never have left Mickey. Well, she's gonna leave. You see, the potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the pot pact. Should all our potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something and do it soon. So yeah, of course we're gonna help. That's what we do, right? Every time we get into, we help. This is strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take rest while you can. Yeah, screw rest. Could use a nap. But yeah, it's basically, of course, it will help. We just took a nap. Wasn't sure if you could do it on their own. Well, I'll help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. Yeah, that's the problem. We'll take every help hand we can get. But our truce swears that once the potsworn have their perfect worship again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Rokorok. So they're like help hands for their potsworn. You other four follow Ready Rock. There are older help hands in need of hand lending. Do quite love their language, so the hand holding. Yep, I'm sure you appreciate it. I meant what I said in many fires. There will be no more feigning strength, no more playing at the invincible promise. If there's something I've learned this journey is how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Yeah, she's already kind of sucking up to us. It's cute though. Let's find this Rokorok fellow and see what we can do. Yeah, well, he's around here somewhere. Pretty sure he's around here somewhere. And not too far away either. There we have him. Rockroth can't meet his obligation without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are emptying. That's basically why we're here. You've come to aid Rockrock. Rockrock accepts your hand lending with joyous field smiles. If we can offer potsworn some promising good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Well, I think he needs to know what they need. What Rockrock needs is for help hands to create good living for potsworn. The help hand assigned to Kai was hurt during the rock rain, so Rockrock took over, but he knows nothing of Kai. What does Kai want? What does Kai need? Help hands do not bother the potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guest think. Please guest think with Rockrock. Find out what Kai is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us? Yeah, so that's what we do. We basically find out what is it they actually need, right? To do their job. To be comfortable. To stay. And keep their end of the bargain. Is where Kahi works? Yep. Oh. Let's take a peek inside. Yes, let's sneak inside. Feel a little bit rude though, but... we shall do it anyway. Yeah, he's warm, clearly. That must be Kai. I'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here. We don't talk, we guess. And have our hand at some guess think? Yes, let's have our hand at some guess thinking. Basically, let's look around the area. Which I've done a couple of times, see if you remember. First of all, it's this thing. This is old. This tool is old. Maybe it's time for some new ones? Yeah. Old worn down tools does not make for good things. Also, he seems warm. So that's our second, and then there is food. Basically, he hasn't eaten. That is just meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its savor. So it will not taste the same if you don't eat it immediately. See if we can remember where the last one is. I always struggle with remembering the third one. Crafting materials. Well, he's not short of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. I would say that tools and food, and of course the fact that there's no air condition or airflow in there, that would be what you need to fix. Especially he needs the right food. Yep. So let's talk to Rock and let's see what we can do, because that's why we're here, right? We're little helpers. You made an observation? What did your guest think? Well, first off, I noticed he hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for concentration. This is true. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But he just doesn't know his taste. Well, Koana is also Hetzaru, and while everyone has their personal preference, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kai wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, it's cold and unappetizing. The simple solution is to serve a dish that tastes good no matter what temperature. Would Third Promise mind explaining these things to our cook? No, of course we can. Not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason he couldn't concentrate. Their homeland is hot and dry, but even Kai seems to suffer from front of the workplace of that furnace. Is there any way we could cool it down? We can try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one? Yes, we do. You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. Yeah, there we have the Golden City again. Yep, we can handle that. And the last one is he needs new tools. Yeah, Kai's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order. Rocker was so preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight, which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help-hand's responsibility. Then we all have work we can do, so off we go. The shoals of return are past the crags. Through a tunnel southeast of here, you should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. Yes. We'll figure it out. We're good adventurer. We know our way. We're good helpy hands. And this also, of course, takes us closer to where we're going. The background music here is weird. Blowing. Oh, hi, Guana. You're Emerald, aren't you? What brings you out here? Searching for wind rocks. The issue with caring for the potsworn. Then they approached me with the same problem. I suggested they commission artisans in Charline instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, but it's not the same, sweetie. However, the moblins did not care for the idea. Now you have a little bit to learn. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. You learn, right, Daddy? Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feats of pots. Settlements in Kosamukatu have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlian technology. Don't lean too hard on everybody else's tech. My apologies, I have much to consider. Sure you do. If you will excuse us, yeah. We'll meet again soon. I'm sure. Yeah, we will. I do like Guan. I always, even from my first look through, I really did like him. See, there's our path. That's where we want to go. So off to the shoals. Which is basically also from memory where we're gonna get our air current is close to here. So we're gonna get those two now while we're hello. While we're out and about anyway. I like the colors here. They're pretty. And there we have our old ships. All we want from this is this one. See, there it is. I want a green shard, not fiery orange or anything. We want the green one. Green is air. There's no point in looking at the others. We won't be needing them for anything right now. Bright green shard, yes please. We'll take it. Please and thank you. Found it. Let's see, let's bring up this one. Come on, Aether currents. I wish it remembered. Oh, it does. They fixed that. We have one left. That is the one that's like all the way up here, so we're just gonna go grab it so that I don't have to think about it. Don't have to care anymore about those things. I know it's still a while until we get flying here, but it just feels good to have them out of the way. And we can just teleport back there afterwards. Twinkle, twinkle, little stones, take a powder, lending a help hand. Well, I'm sorry, but we will not be lending help hands today. Feels almost a bit bad to say. But we're focusing on the MSQ. Focusing on getting through the MSQ. Mostly just so that he's like can start doing the things that it needs to be done. Kinda needs to be done. Doesn't really need to be done, but the things I want to do to have him like decently geared and able to help out on occasion. Remember, it's inside here. Like hiding behind a rock there. Yeah, we're pretty... I'm still satisfied with the progress so far. We're doing pretty good with it. It's going forwards, at least. It's always nice, and it's always like a nice feeling when, at least for me, when I know that both my alts have their mains up at the maximum level, because everything else you do like in... There will be downtime, basically. There will always be a bit of downtime. There we go. We have your rock. We have Drafty Shard. You're welcome. That will make his working spot a lot more comfortable, I believe. Yes, thank you for seek finding. And comparing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetaro is on his way even as we speak. And new tools. Let's go and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. Without asking though, of course. We just watch. And we guess a thing. Still think that's a funny word. We guess think. Yeah, he seems to be feeling much better. Ah, wonder what the occasion called me to receive so many visitors. Well, we were just helping out. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I chose to be a potsworn. Grateful for your kind consideration. Allow me a moment or two and I will procreate with a piece worthy of a potsworn. Sounds of a goldsmith. That's HQ sound. That was quick. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volokshona. Craftsmanship satisfied, earthenshire reputation for quality, I trust. Looks pretty good to me. Luster and brilliant. Truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. Glad you like it. Considering the time I wasted until now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. Hi, Koana. Forgive my interruption? Well, we'll forgive your interruption, Catboy. Lamati, I'm told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to take us with defeat. That's great news. Yep, let's go. See what this feat is. So that is the craft of a potsworn. It's indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for the words of praise, second promise. I drew inspiration from Kumasuka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wonder why Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Shaline goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisity. One cannot create things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft should go there. But yeah, that's exactly it, right? For him, this place gives him the inspiration he needs to craft beautiful things. Did we touch on that? I honestly don't remember. He doesn't have very many fond memories of traveling, apparently. We'll have to live with that. But yeah, that means that we're off to do our feat. Rock is very grateful to you. Thank you for both your hard work and clever guessing. When it comes to help handing, knowing the potsworn is really important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. Yeah, we need to know you to help you. Come on, Koana. The Elector bids claimants assemble at a large building on the west side of the village. I will head off there after finding Thancred and Urianger. I also ran into Lavera twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. He's a good guy. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know defeat is starting, but even now he's contentious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep him waiting. That is true. He didn't have to. He could just, like, pretend not to have told us. Redrock thanks you for assisting Helphand Rock. She will announce the feat once the claimants arrive, so please be patient a little longer. I remember what this feat is. It's a handy quink-dink. I'm happy to report we were able to convince one of the potsworn to stay. How did you fare? We made one very happy. So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Salt crossing and bring potsworn. New potsworn they will bring. See, I doubt his way of doing things. I mean, he does do some good things, right? I'm pretty sure he does that for his own sake, for some reason. Well. Look who the asshole brought in. I mean... Of course, he's not gonna do anything extra. That's not in his nature. Or well, maybe it's nurture. Your attention, please. As Redrock explained, many of our Potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metal work crafted by those artisans brings so much jingly shine from across the salt, our stream of trade goods will dry up. Earthenshire will suffer, Tululial merchants will suffer. So Redrock sets this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith and bring back here to us. Remember we met the goldsmith? So we're to recruit a new Potsworn. It makes sense for this feat of vods. No, because they need it. Duh. You are free to refuse Redrock's request. You will happily inform the Dawn servant of Zoral's disqualification. The rite is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Redrock declares feat of pots begun. Now remember, a pot pact must be agreed willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. The letter said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we should do. That smile, though. I still probably laugh like a chicken. A fine suggestion, brother. Yeah, sure it is. Come, let's lay our plans. How about you go away? Well, we heard those plans. I mean... Are you deaf? He stood right next to you, speaking quite loudly. To satisfy this feat? Yes, I do. I have a very known candidate in mind. But they're all in the twilight years? Yeah, but we know one. Come on, we know one. Has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Yeah, well, it's a perfect statement of fact, but we do know one. Come on. Try asking around Watchamekimeki. We know somebody in Watchamekimeki. Back to Tululial it is. We have to take the boat again. No, she does not want to take the boat. Cannot stomach another boat ride. Literally, not stomach another boat ride. This process. No, really? We realize you get truly sick on boats. It's not exactly a well-hidden fact, is it? This is hardly news. We know. We'll be fighting current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. I still don't think she wants to. It will? Are you sure? I'm positive. Mostly. Can't we, like, concoct her some kind of anti-nauseous medicine or something? Come on. The silly Nillis. No, she managed to get downstream. I need a moment. Upriver, downriver. It's too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I still rather not set foot on the boat if I can help it. Understandable. Let's see if Master Robley can help us recruit a Potsworn. Come on. Use your brain, cat girl. Kitten. We know the perfect Potsworn for this. And he's an Ellison, just like us. We talked to him late yesterday as well. And he is basically the best candidate you can think of. The jazz music here is cool though. Greetings, Sir Promise. What brings you back here? You've not shipped your axe again, have you? No. No, we have a favor to ask this time. We explain, of course, that we need a potsworn. What do you think? Do you know any craftsmen who might be interested? We know one. For the building my artisan for the moblins? Well, seeing as this is the third promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on their offer. Who do I know with Master of Goldsmithing who would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? The Orson Goldsmith. What about him? See? He did say it was employed as fancy jewelry. I think you would like it. New job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? I mean, you'd never know if you don't ask. And Aaronville is, right, as per usual. Either way, you won't find the Fountain at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day. Probably heading over for a meal. Then we should go talk to him, just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. Probably a good idea. The two of us can handle it. Take a rest in the cabins if you like. And what if I want to rest in the cabin? When do I get to rest? I'm joking. Right, let's go see a man about pots. At least about being pot sworn. Not so much about actual pots, really. I'm just gonna check something quickly. We can start leveling this guy then. Or this lady, actually. And I think... No. No point in doing the others at the moment. There we go. Wonder if it's down or up. We'll have to check. Looks like it's down. Yep, there he is. Emerald, you're here too. The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Sure. Why not? See if we can talk our friend into becoming a potsworn. Because why not? The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yep. I wasn't I? A lost soul until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. And now we have a new purpose. A new place of employment is more welcoming. For the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. Let's give you a second opinion on that. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well... I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. You might have to explain what that is. I've heard my new colleagues mention them, but that's when an artisan signed a contract to work for moblins, isn't it? But you're not a moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the right of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So that's just the way of it. Yeah, that is the way of it. And we thought about you. We barely met, and after pushing you to work at the Roger Mekimeki, I'm now demanding you to throw away the sign and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request. I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now an official subject of Tuliolal. He's been at it. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. Well, duh. And so, as much as I am indebted to you for turning my life around, it's a fellow peace-loving Tulo Leal that I want you to win the throne. So yeah, he would like for peace. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. I mean, if you have your parents torn away from you by war, the last thing you see will want to be like the world completely engulfed in war again. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should tell. And off we go. Plot sworn. Attained. Now where's the jackass that usually steals stuff? Oh, hi. Perhaps you don't remember me. I'm Brooke Evu, owner of... this is where we get use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? This opens up for the job quests. Much appreciated. I'll be waiting at my shop. Yeah, this basically opens the job quest. I'm just gonna do that. I think it opens for it immediately. Yeah, it does. We can open it and just pick them up and have them ready. I won't be doing them until after I'm done. I've done them already on my main, so... It's just so that I can pick them up and do them. Long story, why don't you grab a seat? Basically, he has a little bit of a story to tell us. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Brooke Evu, proprietor of, the tavern. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone, people hailing from across Tural, and sometimes further. Come here to appetite and slake their thirst, so basically eat and drink. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable a few bad apples might mix to the motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. Sitting just over there, in fact, having a conversation most foul. Yeah, I remember these. Thank you all for coming here so far from your respective homes. Look at this bunch of people. I kicked most of their asses on Makoto. Now he has one left. He needs to do a melee DPS, which I haven't done yet. This is the first time we gathered. Yeah, look at her though. I am, and of course that means that you're gonna order something. Welcome, welcome. What will you be having? Could we have a moment, please? We're in the middle of something very important. Now, where was I? You were telling us who you were. Oh yes, I am Apiahi. If you're sitting here now, it's because I personally invited you to passage to the Unbound, my secret villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world. Isn't she a lovely person? Like, what? You just said that out loud? Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have meetings in places where all eyes can see. She agrees. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand the words are everything. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason, to throw the world into a mire of chaos, and then watch the nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? My only interest is to punish those who dared mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. No, not really. We kicked your ass. Grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others on our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say that you're right. At the present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise its fist against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And in so doing, we shall become unbound. Like the bird soaring above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies red, basically. And it's raining. But sometimes skies become treacherous clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here, to look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. When you find might have beck and call, I shall win adoration. Not only to a hero. Ignorance is hardening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal in Relay Lane to Ral. Across the continent can be found certain artifacts with power untold. He likes that idea. I fought her. She's the healer one. Is it an artifact? Ooh. Adventurous hunt. That's our healer fight. Might say my imagination is overflowing with images of new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. The one to the right there is the ranged DPS one, like Dancer and Machinist and such. So-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of a fearsome beast called Tural Vidral. And with them in our position, none shall be able to stand against us. Yeah, and remind the nations far and wide the means of which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. And she's the tank one, the red-haired Ellison. Trying to remember which one of them was the caster one. I think it's the one with the bird costume, basically. That the passage of... Yeah, it's him. It's the one with the armor. That one. And off they go. And she's like, what the heck? So the one I haven't met is the ninja. Because I haven't started leveling something. I didn't order a single thing. No, they were just there to plan and plot. I'm gonna have to live with that. So yeah, and they did exactly what they set out to do. And that's the long and the short of it. What do you think? I think there's a... They may lack discretion, but yeah. Seemed kind of formidable nonetheless. Of course, we had to do the report when we hold the lance guard. We did, but it did not make a damn difference because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story, then another, and another, and another. By the time we realized that the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. So, that's what we needed. Each tribe sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Hi. That would be us. Now, I know you've business in Tural, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place. But if you could take the time to hear Ral Majun out, you'll be doing a service for many of us that could really use a helping hand. And she's like, I am here. We do want to do our job quest, so that we can eventually color all our job gear if we want to. Yep. I'm gonna go talk to this one, and that's gonna open all the job quests. Greetings. Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for somebody suitable. Greetings, Raul. Madun. At risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? Nuisance? You might perish the thought. You've come just in time, in fact. None other than the vaunted Imril has agreed to help with aid with the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. As long as our sacred treasures are in wicked lands, our homes shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to our nations, these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the seas. Then you had better depart on the next ship. We don't depart on ship, we travel by teleport. Before you do, I might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Tuliolalt in search of aid. Lothing Nikwe comes from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of a tribe's relic, so she requires a stout protector. Someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom of Nipiana must recover art of afflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks to someone who can command great healing magics. Maybe that was the healing magic one, yeah. The search for Shashpane's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act a frontline fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes deadly aim. Lastly, there is Tue, who know little about her people's ancient artifact, and must not fall into the wrong hands. That's our mage one. She's a tank one, that's the mage one. Are you forgetting someone, Ralja? Your price is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Huh? Ralja hails from further south than even Mamuk, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down the prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effects of our village treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed. I regret forgetful in my old age. Thank you. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures, all waiting for the aid of one brave soul. Hopefully that can be you. Yes, it can be us. Eventually. When we level more up than 1. Of course, I'll share what I know in the matter. You only need to ask. And know that I will not hold against you should you choose to assist only those for whom your talents are best suited. So long as you can do what you can. Yes. I mean, eventually we'll be leveling up everything. Eventually we will have done them all. But that is very much an eventually at this point. Yep. We know. We can do them. So the ones I can pick up right now is Healer, which is this one. Just to have them picked up. I am going to do this because I've seen this. I'm cheekily going to do that. Sorry. And let's see. If I swap to Gunbreaker, he should be able to pick up his for that. None of them are super interesting in honesty. Not so far. They're okay. They're not bad, but I just wanted to pick them up quickly before we go back to the MSQ. Because we're still MSQing. It's just handy to have them so that you can basically get started. So we're gonna go back here. Again, getting stuff started is always good. Just so I don't forget them, because I do want to do them eventually, just not right now. For now, we're just gonna focus on this. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Fortuna has agreed to sign the pot pact, yes. While it's a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor. I agree. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know another talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself, if so inclined. Yeah, well, he is a crafter, so we'll keep that in mind. Yep. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliolal. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job here. It's good to know. I'll expect you want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. Hmm. Ding, ding, ding. Were you able to find him? Yes. We did, and he's agreed to be a potsworn. We'll leave as soon as he's ready. Splendid, we shall meet you anon. Our word is still weird to me. Anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Yeah, our Elson friend is putting his faith in me, and I will not let him down. I mean, she keeps getting reasons to fight, basically. You know, deliveries for Watcher Meki. Yeah, we will do so maybe eventually. Not right now. Father first? Ah. Alright then, I have something to take care of at the palace. While you can pass time however you like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need rest, and we have a big journey ahead of us. Or will we get the father napped? Is this the point where we get father napped? I don't remember. I just know that at some point here we do get dad napped by her father to... He wants to test our mettle, basically. Welcome back, sir. You had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting for your return. Imral of the Sir's Promise entourage. I've been all over the city looking for you. Okay. The Dawn Servant summoned you to the palace. You are to present yourselves at the gate guard stationed outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You're not to mention this if this is to Vuklamat. This is Daddy testing his daughter's new... I almost said toy, but that would be a bit mean. New guardian, I guess is more correct. A little more correct use of the term. Up. Yep, this is the fight. This is fun though, because this is basically the fight you see us do. The Dawn Servants await you within. Suggest full battle regalia? Well, we'll do our very best. Even down syncing my gear. Come on. This is basically a version of the fight you see in the trailer, which is really funky, if you ask me. Of course, we do fight as a sage. Like you asked for me? That's a big throne.
急に呼び出して悪いな。王都に戻ってると聞いたもんで、この機会を逃すわけにはいかねえと思ってよ。
It's like, fight me. Sure. Why not, right? Will you honor me with this fight? Yes, we will. Kinda tall. There's a small smile.
戦いと名のつくもんに負けたことがなくてな。部の頭だけに武王なんて呼ばれてもいる。
So he's basically not lost any battles.
エスティニアンはなかなかだったが、勝敗をつける前に都を離れちまった。
The lance wielder Estinian.
いい加減強者との戦いに飢えてたところでな。
That's because we entered, of course.
船乗りたちの噂によれば、お前、トツクにじゃ高名な冒険者らしいじゃねえか。
Yeah, slightly.
だが、向こうでどれだけの戦功を上げてきたとしても。
Are you good enough for my daughter? That's the real question he wants to ask. Yeah. Although he says, are you a warrior to stand against me? It's basically, are you good enough to protect my daughter? That's what he wants to know. Truthfully. So, why don't we find out? Such a smug ass look. For a librarian. Hi Barry. Enjoy your lurkies. That smirk though. And music start. Expect no other mercies? Really? Have floating pin needles. You want to fight to remember? Yeah, we'll try. It was hit hard, we'll give him that. I need like an alarm that tells me that my dots are off. Laser beam. You'll have issues seeing that one. That's just a me thing. I didn't really stand on the thing, but it's not really breaking my shield, so it's just giving me more DPS. You need that too? Yeah, cheat. Let's try. You're gonna have to kindle that one all on your own, sweetie. You're always bad at aiming, right? Not the best aim there, Gramps. It should be fine. Like I said, I really love the fact that they've done it this way. They've given us the battle music from the trailer and everything. I had to, of course, play Viper. It would be the perfect thing, right? I don't play Viper, so it's gonna have to deal with the pretty swords. So it's a different fight, but still a good one. It doesn't break my shield that quickly, so... Doubling. I've now done this twice as a healer and once as a tank. It makes me wonder how it is to do as DPS. Could have used my wings there, to be honest, to just pop back onto his face, basically. Fancy blade work. Well, I have fancy needle points, I guess. There's not much blade work with these guys, but you know. It's fine. Ah, being ranged is such a nice thing. Hi. Yeah, well, you know what? You're not exactly that tough, are you? Ah, now we'll get the proper one. See which one of them goes first. Yay, they broke my shield. Give me my deeps. Oh, come on, we're not done. I wouldn't know. We're not that easy to fight. Oh. That'll do. You sure? We had a bit of health bar left. We could have fought a little bit longer. Uh-huh, uh-huh.
わしの本気の攻めを受け切ったやつはお前が初めてよ。
We're the first one to withstand his full strength.
リの頭が眠っているとはいえ、一回の冒険者ぐらい叩き潰してやるつもりだったんだが。
Right. I think we realize he's not asleep. No, Estin is a little bit of a Hero of Light fanboy, if you ask me. Just a touch, a smidge. More like he respects us. Like, okay, let's put those away then. I feel like we realize it here. That head is not asleep. But I'm not sure. Said I created a challenge and that was no lie, but of course, there's always another reason. There's always another motive. Yeah. There it is. You wanted to test us to see. She's much like me, hot-headed and prone to rush into danger. Well, we've been known to do that. But one with your healing touch could sustain Lamati, even as she contends with the most fearsome foes. So that dialogue does change, actually. He doesn't say the same when you're a tank. Healing touch when you're a healer. Stalwart sword and shield, or stalwart battle companion, I think it was as a tank. Address me not as a ruler of Tululal, but like a concerned father. Sure. Ah, she has a long way to go still. She has a little bit of work to do. Whether it be as a third promise or just as a companion on the road, speak your mind. She has a lot to learn. Did a summoner who can't remember what he said? No, I know. But I'm pretty sure as a tank, he basically called you a stalwart companion, an extra shield. And now he called you a soothing healer. She's not ready to rule. That is my honest opinion at her right now. She's not ready to rule. Blunt and brutal. Well, I did ask you to speak your mind, but I agreed. She's not ready for the throne. Not yet. Did ask me to speak my mind. I tend to speak my mind if I'm asked to speak my mind. Amity thinks she understands our many peoples, their stories, their culture, beliefs. Yeah, but she only knows what she's seen here in the capital. Which we've realized as we travel. This early in the contest you must have realized? Yeah, we've realized several things. Your son is insane. Yes. One is a royal asshole. One is basically a warmongering asshat. One is completely tech addicted. And one knows nothing. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. Yeah, he's a clever dad. And he's also a clever ruler. Very clever ruler. Don't yield your throne if you feel no one will do a good job. Smart parent. Yeah, well, two of them might. Actually, the one that's not your child will also rise to the occasion. He would actually maybe not become a good ruler, but he at least becomes a good person. A better person. The last one, though, we're not even gonna discuss. Because he's an ass. We've traveled quite a few lands, yes. This feels so like Final Fantasy X. Although we never talked to a certain person's father, it's basically the same thing. We're her guardian. That's why I say that this game is... I feel like I'm playing 10 and 9. Just Final Fantasy XIV. I knew it! Of course you did. Busted! There I was. Oh. Well, we're busted. There's no point in denying it. Hey, you did not inflict any injuries on this healer, my dear boy. None.
お前の仲間を借りちまって悪かったな。この先も仲良くやれよ。
She's like, really?
この旅で親父の凄さを改めて感じたところだったのに。
Oh, you should still respect your dad.
ジジイはほっといて、もう行こうぜ。
Don't think he's interested in the rest of your entourage. I think he's just interested in you. That little smile, though. Champion, huh? Yeah, we're good caretakers. We tend to keep those around us alive if we can. Feelings is not as sharp as one might expect of Galuf's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. Yeah. As did we, really. We just haven't voiced them. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it. True. Sure, no good will come from it. We're fairly sure no good will come from it at all. One long cutscene later. If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Yeah, he would. Even now, I know only of 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Zoral, your lance-wielding Palestinian, and yourself. Did you really live up to your fearsome reputation? I'm curious, though. Did Papa want anything else from you? No. A small favor, nothing more. That's the truth, he wanted a small favor. Well, if that's all it was... Well, it's just a small favor. It's called taking care of you, you dumps. Time to gather allies for the road ahead. Yep. Haven't still had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet me at the forward cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover. Did we need a moment to recover after that little bout? That wasn't that bad. Can I jump over? Yeah. I could. Let's run. Sprint. Yes. And then to forward cabins. Because let's go. Destination. Time to continue our rite of succession. And she's now well fed. She's a foodie though. There we have our new podsworn. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left the to prepare to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisan took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment. I mean, it is a pretty big commitment. Shall we depart for Earthenshire then? Look who it is. A word before you go. I will give you. Ah, what are you doing here? Oh, he's gonna do the panic. I spend my days correcting manners, so here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third prom. Here we go. Yeah, wait for it. There we go. Please take up your axe and rend my flesh until taco meat. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing does not bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me yet. What's that all about? Ah, there's this way. He is this way. I come to the city to purchase supplies when I spot your entourage, getting ready to leave your secret city of gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's a final step to the right of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, the legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tural for 1,000 years. That's a long time. Yet, when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as might depict a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest its more unassuming name owes its name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. Apparently her father found it. The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray you have a safe journey. Thank you, Vukevin. He's like a local historian that just wanders around and tells stories. We appreciate it. Appreciate. What are we going to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yokhui. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead. A lead we shall follow in time, but first let us see our friend to Moblin care. You know what that means, Missy? That means a boat. It's a boat ride for you. Yet another one. Yet another trip up the river. Meanwhile in Kozamauka. Oh god, don't tell me. They're trying to poke him? Well, that makes them stupid. That's easier than expected. So he had to kind of give something to get a willing one. Yeah, after he does this war thing and nobody has anything. Right? Does not exactly instill a calm. Because he wants power. Duh. The only thing Zoral cares about is power. Pure might, nothing else. Why does he care about it? Because he wants to surpass his father. And really, this is such a dumb idea by you, Bakul Chacha. Yeah, that would be your smarter choice. You just poach from Sarl Jal? He has a point. It would be foolish. Doubt it. Severely doubt it. I have doubts. Nothing blessed about your birth either. And you know that. Wait, did we ever hear anything about Zoral Jaw's mom? I don't think we did. Why? A use for his nuisance? I mean, like, it's basically like, please don't kill him. No, you dunce. He's considering leaving you alive. That's not even using the sword, he's using the hilt of the sword. Yeah, somebody who's trained to fight all his life, really. While you've been lazy most of the time. Now step aside. I don't think he's gonna ask you twice. I think that is the truth, though. That he can kill him whenever he so pleases. And right now he didn't need to. Yeah, if you want real power, you're following the wrong guy. Yeah, I'd run after him if I was her as well. But I mean, all he does now is make Zerolja even more desperate. And here we come along. We're back. We brought with us a William Potsworn. This is Funyantine, a talented goldsmith who worked with it. Yeah, somewhere in the Eorzea. Wonderful, impressive. You're the first to return to Third Promise. Really? And with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Helpan will show you to the workpot. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Servant. Thank you. I will be sure not to disappoint you. I'll try. I think you might like it here. It seems like a pretty nice place to live and work, if you're honest. You have met the requirements of the Feat of Pots. Ready Rock presents you with Keystone, with joyous smiles and well-wishing. Ah, it's blue. Kinda like the sky above. Still wondering what those stones are. Wonder if we can Google that. They clearly have some kind of magical quality. That makes 3. Yep. That does indeed make 3. And there's Kuana. More Potsworn candidates? Come tell Ready Rock your tales. So the only one that didn't do anything was, of course, you know, the one who got a stomach full of sword. Well, sword hilt. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. Yep. They could just be usual aspected aether crystals. We could use them for crafting instead, yeah. Maybe. But I am curious. I will have to Google it. Maybe I'll Google it while I make my lunch in just a little. In your role as new Dawn Servant Chief Advisor? Yes. The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tulidal is known for its advanced technology. Or they will think more about it because you have advanced technology. That may well be true, but how long will it take the Tulidal to progress to this advanced state? How many years? That's also true. With a collective commitment of education and hard work, it should not take so very, but it will take very long. He's creepy. Your way is too slow. Your way is too aggressive. Easier to expand our territory and swallow shoreline whole. you might find a little bit of thing. You're looking for a future uprising and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting until mounting costs convince them to lay down the weapons, until all have grown tired of the loss. This sounds familiar. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Red Rock is reminded of days long ago. Oh, story time. In the times before Tululal, there was no pot pacts for the potsworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Gulul Jaja arrived, the families of the grab snatch pleaded with him, so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not war-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Gulul Jaja just wanted to talk. More story. Please don't snatch people. Basically. Be at ease. We're here to trade words, not blows. The gold we're crafted in this village is superb. One can tell by a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of techniques employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirits is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan, she who pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? This is true. So it began the custom of good living. Happy potsworn make good work, and good works make mobbies happy. Gulul Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So they had a reason was behind forging the pot pacts. Yes. Reason and clever thing changed Moby's way of life. He doesn't care, he only wants war. But I think we might have reached Koana a little. The first promise tires of your Torko olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. The look on his face is like, ugh. He's thinking, though. We should be getting on as well. Bakul Jaja never did come back, did he? Nope. Do you have a moment, Third promised? Rokorok will repay you for helping with Kahi. He brings tale of the Golden City. Oh. Really? We'd love to hear it. Yes, we would. The towers, the street, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, everyone have in between, they live in a golden happiness, an eternal city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Kinda. Everything fashioned from gold, and just imagine everyone living in a golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. The truth of it is a bit strange though. Excuse me, Bakurok, where did you hear that peculiar tale? From our longtime Yokhoi friends. They live up in the mountains, in the Urkapacha. The giants again. Yep. Seems everything is pointing us their way. Even your feet is taking you that way, sweetie. This feat and everything leading up to it taught me so much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave here. And your Joy Smiles behind. Yay, Joy Smiles. She's growing. She's learning. That's of course this part of the journey. It's just that. It's basically her learning. Right, we should go see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and should not be ignored. The Urkapacha Highland should be easy enough to reach from here. But if we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads to the mountains. Let's find that first. First, we're talking to certain blue things. Give it. I know the last one we won't get yet. Craft hand, long ears. He's lip slips that he intends to fancy craft some masterpiece before he does. Yes. Strange fact. Happy feels. Many happy feels. There's 2 of them here, so we're gonna grab both. And this is the long one for this one. In a flighty fright? Okay, we're in a flighty fright. Benavak asked around the village. Some say he went to pay a visit to an imperious giant's prey place, but prey place is dangerous full of fiend-munching fiends. You're a fighter, are you not? Will you swordland Vendavok and save her, their Twinklecrafter, from certain doom? Will you be a Twinklecrafter? I would like to be a Twinklecrafter. I just like the idea of the name, the Twinklecrafter. Is it inside here? Yes, it is. Hi. As I'm unfair, do you... Wait, you're the friend of the third promise? The adventurer across the water that's asking about the pot pacts, basically. I see. Movamuk sent you. I only said I needed help of a stranger to Earthenshire. I trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one, but it's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about him. There is nothing outward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in. Her hobbies, her likes, her dislikes, what she holds dear, and so forth. But for certain reasons that I'll share with you later, she can't know this. We've been working together for decades, but now, as my potback is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her. But perhaps others who work closely with her do. So basically we want to find the perfect gift. Ah, look, there's Fontaine. Hi. I shall be cheering on from Earthenshire. Yes. Had to just see what he had to say. Didn't remember. Movamuk and Alfred? Yeah, they know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patron's orders outright. It's not that he thinks him an equal to the task, you understand. Quite the opposite, in fact. She knows how exacting his standards are and how discontented he would be if his work fails to meet them. So if anytime a patron attempts to have him lower his standards or design something differently to how he judges best, she will just leap at his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Anfrey creations has not dulled in all the years they worked together. I should think she likes nothing more. So she's both protective of him and loves what he makes. What does Movamuk value most? Her potsworn, of course. Any mobby who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasure he gave her heartside all the time, so she wants a lip slip to Tarnatic. He hasn't a flimsy thought what the treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof to be friend bond between them. Befriend bond. We need like a word book for speaking Moblin. How to Moblin speak. Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Movamuk. That's an easy task. Movamuk never lip-flops about anything other than her potsworn. She says he's just as good as a tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker, always playing the crafty tricks. One day, he draws little arrows around the village, showing potsworn how to leave Earthenshire without help eye-catching them. Many laugh-minded potsworn follow the arrows to leave her secret hiding place in the woods. Mobbies are afraid he feels over the disappearing potsworn. When they all come back, all glitter teeth, but hellpants are steamers. All expect Movamuk. She go around the village saying guilt words to every mobby and for a sneaky trick. Deep heart, though, it's clear that she's nothing but happy feels to have him back. So she's tried to be grumpy, but yeah, basically was betrayed by being happy he was back. So basically she likes you. You. Basically you're all she thinks about. Not sure how healthy that is. They say the Moblin Hellpans load nothing more than helping the charges, and it seems it's true. Though it wouldn't hurt her to show it a little more often. You've given me exactly what I need, so I suppose it's about time I told you what I need, for the truth is... Oh. Is Imril still hard at hand helping? Yes, he is, so I'll thank you for not bothering us. Do you remember that I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work was complete? He's making her something. Always such angry words. Means no bother, just need to do daily mob duties, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I am telling you don't need to, not now. Anyway, I'm almost retired, all my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end of Pot Pact, Movamak will uphold her part pact. It's her duty as help hand. Why do you always have to be so stubborn? I'm sorry, Movamak. I'm not gonna have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with Imril is finished. Aw. Then Movamak will do as Anfrey asks. Though it makes her shamefaced, she will hand turn to other duties. If Anfrey needs her, he only has to hail call. That was a bit rough, wasn't it? A little bit on the harsh side. I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve my aim. Of course he's making a farewell present. Duh. That's why we needed to figure out all about her and why she can't see it. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of Potsworn, her service hasn't lapsed an ilm. Of course, he's tried to speak with her. The only wish as a humble help hand is to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking, perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the Pot Pact, someone like you. And by all the gods, the plan worked. I have an idea for a present now. All that remains is to craft it, but without Movamak's help, that might be a little more difficult than usual. So I guess we're the help hand a little longer. But we're also not gonna be, because that gave us our quest, and we're gonna ditch you. For now, we'll come back and help you later. Bye-bye. Yeah, you wanna help me continue this? Not really. Not right now. Maybe another day. We'll return at some point later. Yes, yes. Now we're gonna go help this person. That is here somewhere. Yeah, there she is. You're looking for a twinkle crafter? That's me, most likely. I'm one of the Moblin's contracted artisans, especially in jewelry making. Yeah, they were concerned for your safety. Official language of the Yokhoi. You see, I often visit this place, but the basket grand imposing glory. Never taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk within are far too dangerous. Yeah, that's smart. So we're just gonna help her. Yep. Basically, we're just helping her to see new things. But I don't know why she's never gone in there, because she's very good at avoiding everything. She's very good at it. That's a fate. Filled with brown molds. Pillars of stone overlooking the cave. The nave. Fascinating, isn't it? The simple combination of geometric shapes naturally draws one's eyes to the center while maintaining a delicate balance. As the sun traversed the sky, so do the shadows of the towers above paint patterns on the ground below. Not just any patterns, oh no, calculations. Every stone cut and placed with mathematical precision. Divining the movement of the stars and the changing of the seasons, a triumph both form and function, true artistry. Oh wait, what's that over there at the cliff's edge? Hurry. Let's go! Remember the first time when I came here, I was like, oh, we're already done. It's gonna be this quickly. That's nice. And then I realized that that's not gonna happen. Oh, there we go. There we go. You're safe with us. Thank you. Forgive me for racing ahead like that. But so be absorbed in examining every ilm of this place. I clean forgot the reason I've never done so before. But if anything is worth risking one's life for, it's surely this. Why, just look at that tower. It's a work of art. Oh, that tower. To the untrained eye, it might appear little more than a pile of stone, but look how the earth brick is cut and positioned perfectly aligned with its neighbors, and not drop one drop of mortar to hold them in place. The engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. There's certain inspired reverence in me. Maybe there's a story there. Yes, inspiring reverence, that's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temple upon clifftop? Not to make daily proof of their predominance over those who dwelled on the plains below, those who were beneath them in every way. One cannot help but admire them, that their creations would awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries since they've been gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewel crafting had been cooling of late, but now I am positively burning with inspiration. If the Yokoi creations can echo through the ages, so can mine. To Earthenshire and eternity. Not the hardest people to boost back up, luckily. You know what the name of this instrument is? Is it like a mouth harp? Like the harp you put in your mouth? The twang sounds? They remind me of that sound that they make. Although I might be wrong, but it's kind of reminiscent of that sound. Vroom vroom. You brought your friend back. Twinklecrafter is brought back, yes. Giant spray place. Yep. There we go. So if we've done everything right, yep, we just need to finish the MSQ, which is gonna take longer than we think. Remember when I came here the first time, I was like, oh wow, we're already gonna head out. No. We're gonna be detoured a little bit first. You have volume too low to hear over your game music? Now it's different. It's up there, it was a bit different. Now, if only we would press on instead of, you know, what's gonna happen next. It's like, yes, we're done. We're ready. We'll go. No, we won't. Looks like the trail is going to be steep from here on in. I hope everyone's ready for some climbing. Oh, look who it is. The harmonica. Maybe? No, it's not a harmonica. I don't know what they're called. I'm pretty sure it's not a harmonica. Because it has that thing you can move on the side. And off she goes. Does she return? That's why I thought it was... I think the direct translation from Norwegian is a mouth harp. See this sound? Not this sound, but the one before that. This is the ploink sound, basically. And we wait a little more, and we realize that something's wrong. Come on, chop chop. You missed it again. Might also be just something they're doing on a synth or something like that. Yeah, we've been standing here forever. Let's realize that we've been lied to. Nah, she's not lost. But how? This is the only road. Wouldn't underestimate Wuklamat's sense of direction or lack thereof. She has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her. Yeah, but she won't answer, will she? Ding, ding, ding. Well, that's reason for concern. Not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. Was Redrock at business with her? Nope. Bandits, on the other hand. Still a little bit impressed that she didn't manage to fight her way out of it, but you know. Now it's night music, so now it's gone. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get to this, we're gonna do this quest, and then I'm gonna put you all on Be Right Back with just the background music for now. So I'm just gonna make myself a quick lunch and grab myself a refill on my drink. And then we'll continue. Just need to put food in mouth. Do a little bit of a stretch and stuff. We've been playing for 2 hours, so. Back again so soon. Become looking for Wuklamat. Did you not send somebody to fetch her? No. Well, it's not gonna be pizza this time, but yeah. It's at least gonna be food. Yeah, we've been fooled. Man who came for her kidnapped her, right, Koana? Oh, I thought you'd left already. No. We had Lamati stolen from us. Oops. Where is Lamati? She's not with you? She went here, we thought. You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? She left us behind. That out of worries for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose their contest, my sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Imril and I should work together, at least, to better facilitate communication between our groups. I'll happily work with green-haired Grahati, yeah. The rest of us will split up and go look. Figure out what on earth just happened. We'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. Yes, yes. Ta-da! Okay. I will quickly make myself lunch, and then I will be right back. So you enjoy the jingly music. Here we go. I have food. Just like toasted bread with stuff on top. Nothing fancy. And cool. Well, that means that it didn't pass through here, did it? Yep. Pretty sure whoever went to come get her is not a nice guy. There we go. The third promise. Morby has been standing at his post with diligent eye watching. Not seen claimant pass this way. Are you trying for the third boss now then, Barry? Or are you waiting? I know you were trying yesterday, but I don't know if you finally got a group or not. I'm going with Venus later on. Wow. What of a ton of Watawa with brightly colored hair. He hears tongue flaps about a peddler in many fires who was attacked by a crazy hair bandit on the road. Bandit, well, it's a nice clue. Did you get to try yesterday though? Or was it just like the party never filled? Halfway through? Oh, nice. So, slightly better or easier than you had to go as Bard? Many fires? Yes. Peddler? Check. We will do this the lazy ass way. We will teleport. To the fly. Yeah, it was mentioned. I guess they're all stuck on the previous one, like you said. How many beat too hard? Yep. A. Bye. Was there something I could help you with? Yes. I'm told you were a victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? You'll stop on Honeybee for long times? Aw. Now get Barry to carry you through it. He can do it. We know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Well, Kesa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel, and with no fresh quarry coming out the broken stairs, they become more creative. Little wonder they went after Lamati. Not intent to wait, we'll find the villain first and deliver this deserved payment in person. Deception time. Why not? Forever the peddler. Have a deal for every moment in time. Yeah, he looks more of a traveling merchant now. He paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such, yeah. They're both coin hungry and greed hungry, I guess. Time to play our part? Yes. Follow Koana, lead, not try not to fall behind. It's not exactly the fastest cat though. How would we fall behind? He runs slower than us. I mean, seriously. How do you fall behind? There, that ex-brawl fellow. Shall we tell him how happy we are? Yes, yes. Because of my imaginary good stuff. I'm just happy we find them here now. That's a good thing. Been able to pedal good as my usual haunts. That's true. Back to Koala. A good start? Yeah. Run faster, Koala. You're slow. I always keep like right-clicking them and then we talk to them first. Look at what I got. A nice sparkle stone. All the jingly shiny must be made? Yes. All of the jingly shine traded hands. Now imagine if you had your actual run speed. I mean, I could at least made him run as fast as we do. Last one. Last person to tear on. Passing Peddler had a very gemstone you sought for your collection. That is a stroke of luck indeed. Oh yes. All of the grateful coins. Oh yeah, look at that little red-haired person. Not too hard to see, is he? Yeah, we've been spotted. Profit from a single purchase of yours would see me through the week of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sellswords tempting fate, so I shall make... Tempting fate, so I shall make for Earthenshire my last... I shall make Earthenshire my last stop. Really? Do you really fall for that? You see? The rat has come for a nibble. %100% true. You played your part to perfection. A man of many talents, just as Thancred and Urian Jair described. Now let's lure Vavakes out and spring our trap. As if he's not gonna run. Of course he is. Final stage of the plan. Set out towards it. Yep. We need him alive. Yeah, we know. And we should leave him breathing, as they say, right? I mean, the porters there should have like a different picture, right? Shouldn't look like a destination. Should look like an alpaca, not a chocobo. Him just walking ever so quietly, randomly nodding to the side. Like, maybe not nod to the side and make it too obvious, just saying. Just saying. And we're still following. And trap sprung. Like, not a word, just like putting out a lot of weapons. I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some profit? And by some, I mean every coin you have. How about we don't? Like, hi. It looks less intimidating when he comes running in with his, like, leisurely clothing. We weren't tricked? Yeah. Yeah, you have. Well, chicken. I mean, it looks less intimidating when you come running in with this getup than anything else. If you would please, of course. I would please. Coming in there with like a big sword and everything. Yeah, me have to die. Kinda gives like a little bit of a different feel, but you know. He's basically no less dangerous. Hi, do you have enough? Yeah. There you go. Bonk. Too strong? Yeah. Bandits defeated, let's go follow a dude. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, you're the second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal's heirs as trophy as soon as my hands are free from this rope. I know a gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat puck of shit, salt lover. You get no answers from us. And we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is she? Wow, you didn't see there's a little bit of toughness in our kitty cat. And like, oh, nobody saw that. I'm fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We're hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired by whom? We weren't told that either. Only Baba Kesa knows. He's the one who took her. Well, it seems like we need our leader after all. Once we arrange for the Lance Guard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skill, but perhaps you could pursue Baba Kesa in the meantime. The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force confrontation. He might lead us to where he's being held. Well, that's a clever deduction. Oop. Okay, let's do this then. Let's see if he decides to stay for long enough. 2 seconds. Take you out. I need you right now. warm here. Why are you falling off though? Oh yeah, it's the controllers. Of course you leave. Why? Go back there. Go. Silly cat. Okay. At least I have it set up in case he decides to grace us further with his presence. Where did my cat go? There's my cat. He was lying on the thing next to me, so I was hoping he might settle in, but apparently today he's camera shy. A little bit camera shy, huh? Okay. We'll see. Maybe he finds his way back up again. At least now I have the camera ready. Plugged in and ready for you. Jag tar den fruga du pus. I'm trying to like entice the cat to hunt the fly that's flying around. That would be nice. But apparently cat is too old and can't be arsed. Oh. Stupid fly. There he is. He didn't really run very far. Doesn't seem to have the best stamina in the world. If we're being honest. Yeah. Now you're just gonna sit there and stare at me? Of course you are. Yes, yes, yes. We know. Yes. I've done this before. A couple of times. Still not my favorite, but at least I know you can do it riding a bike. Well, you were being greedy. You let greed cloud your mind. Basically. Försiktig nu, bussen. No. I decided to go out again. I was kind of hoping he would go back to sleep in the bed I have next to me, but apparently no. You can be at a really far distance to him. Was meant to be easy, aren't you the boss? He running. We just driving up behind. Because why not? What was that? It was definitely not a motorbike. Nope. We saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. Didn't hear the motorbike either. We have an extremely quiet model. You would not hear it at all, ever. No, no. We have the super quiet version. Huh? See? Nothing. Nothing at all. There's no bike following you or anything. It's just your imagination. There's no funky bike following you. That would be ridiculous. You should be safe now? You think, huh? Yet you keep running as though you were not safe. Just not get too close. Front of the hideout? Yep. That's over there. Go. Still can't see me. clearly not behind you. I kind of wonder what would happen if you actually went in front of him. Like you rode past him and stood all of a sudden just run, keep like a distance in front. And look who it is. The money, give it to me. The Landsguard might be hunting us already. Take a prize and leave me out of the rest. Right, the kindness of his heart. Assaulted devil in the flesh? Really? Oh, we're following a certain slimy person. To find another slimy person. To find yet another slimy version. Alright, new strategy. Forget Wawakasa and stay on the Mamulja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, this is true. And he'll catch up. Okie dokie. I mean, we know where their hideout is. It's not exactly hard to send the land guard there. It makes it tempting though to go in there. I don't think you can, but it would be fun. Yes, yes. Should we fail? Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Still gonna drive. Shady. Hoobigu. Hoobigu. This is perhaps one of the more tedious things in this game. I admit it. Not my favorite thing to do. Oh, the shadow's gonna take us. Refuse. I heard you can sit on like a big bike and just go, you can't see me because I'm back here. It's a little bit ridiculous. Tiny tree, big bike. Slightly bigger tree though. You may be hearing a bike. We're like driving right behind him and it's like, yeah, I think I'm hearing something. I think you're hearing something too. It's called a bike. Mr. Shady one. Thinking this is actually the stop point, but I'm not sure. Yep. One last precaution. It's gonna be mean to the poor animal. That's rude. Well, not mean, just freeing it. I still say that's a to-go. Run away!
悪い待たせたな。
Yeah, better late than never, huh?
あのマムーシャ族がウクラマト王女をさらったやつか。
Yep.
まだ確証はないか。あいつが誘拐犯の一味なのか確かめるためにも
Pretty sure.
気づかれずに尾行したいところだが。まずいな。船に乗られるぞ。
Not used to running, are we?
遅かった。
Apparently. Not that used to running.
俺一人なら川沿いからでも追跡できるが、どうする？行ってください。
I love that he cares that much for his sister. Yes. I don't think he cares.
ここで先を急いで王になったところで、妹がいなければ意味がないんです。
Point taken. Yeah, they're gonna fix Sankra though.
王女の居場所が分かったら知らせる。その時に備え、お前ら体を休めておけ。救出時に戦いになる可能性もあるからな。
What's the point of winning the throne if I lose my sister? See? That's a good cat.
先ほどのマムージャ族ですが、
Oh yeah.
見たところ、
You have seen both of them.
おそらく盗賊たちを雇ってラマチをさらわせ、秘跡を奪おうという魂胆。
Yeah, well, work for them if you can steal them.
そうは言っても、
He basically said so.
腕なら一人でも盗賊ごときに遅れを取るはずがない。不意打ちなどの卑怯な罠にかけられたということでしょう。くそ、僕がついていれば、どうか無事でいてくれ、ラマチ。
I thought you were the cool-headed one. I want to do that. I was thinking you were the cool-headed one.
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃ。すみません。
No, that is true.
僕はラマチのこととなるといつもこうなんです。彼女に何かあったらと思うと冷静になれない。いても立ってもいられなくなってしまう。
And all reason goes out the window, huh?
かけがえのない家族ですから。
Basically.
今となっては様々な暮らし方をしている同族がいますが、僕の生みの親は昔ながらの営みを続ける一団にいました。ロナークと呼ばれる牛を連れ、季節ごとに草原
So basically you never had home, you had travel.
そんな中で彼らは僕を置き去りにしたのですよ。たった一人、何も告げることなく。僕が生き延びられたのは偶然に出会ったペルペル族が面倒を見てくれたおかげ。一人で身を立てられるよう商売を教えてくれたんです。そうしてトライオラの露天商として暮らしていたら、ある時今の父上の目に留まり養子になったというわけです。
You forgot a little bit of cutting through that weapon, didn't
し
they?
ばらくしてラマチが連王宮にやってきました。
So he's a little older than
彼女
Lamati.
もまた理由あって両親の元を離れてきたのです。孤独の辛さを知る僕は、
But we know she
同じ
wasn't
思いを
cast
味わわ
aside.
せたくなかった。だから誓ったんです。ラマチの兄として彼女が幸せでいられるようにすると。
He's a good egg, though. We get it. Yes, people pour their heart out to us.
ともかくそういった事情
It's
が
normal.
ラマチのことは何があっても必ず助け出します。サンクレットの追跡に期待するとして、僕たちも川下りの
We
手段を
had
用意し
a
なければ。
boat.
あなた方の船は
Boat, yes. Travel of said boat is kind of broken.
わざわざプヌティを逃がしたとなると、それが追跡の妨害になると考えていたことになりますね。やはり何らかの手を打っておく必要がありそうです。まずはあなたのお仲間と合流しましょう。連絡していただいて。
We'll call. We'll call them in. Bring them all in.
状況は分かった。こちらも砲友の塔下へ向かうよ。そこで合流しよう。
Many fires it is. We need our barge puller back. Or boat puller. Basically. I may put rescuing Llama TV ahead of my own progress, but do not take that to mean that I've given up the contest. Of course not. Regardless of how close we were, I would have made the same choice. If I'm incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I'm not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. Well, he has self-insight. We'll give him that. Let's go get our rescue mission done, huh? Time to gather our forces and go find a friend to pull our boat again. First, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. Lamati has been kidnapped. We're trying to find her. They released the dugong. Yep. Tancred is doing his best jobs. So we have no means to give pursuit, unless of course we get a certain thing back. What are our chances of recapturing the beast? The right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it. Yeah, sure. Will do. We shall. Getting the harness repaired, the pad was damaged when the animal was let loose. Not the right spot for it happening. Dividing task, and let's have at it. At least that's the good thing about not traveling alone, right? You don't have to do everything yourself, Rainbow. Just saying. There was an unusual aggressive herd of wild Hunutius downriver, so our girl will have fled upriver. It's a good thing we have Erenville, though we wouldn't get very far without him, in all honesty. In all simple honesty, we wouldn't get very far in this land without Erenville there. Wobble, wobble, wobble. I wanna fly. Give me my flight, please. I know I'm being demanding, but I would really like to have it. Assuming our lady has come this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of the marsh Ligaka. We need to lure her back to the shallows with the promise of food. They eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I prepared. This should help the mixture stand out from the marsh's natural scent. Basically, look, we have all your favorite treats. The Ligaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter the feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our enticing feast. I still think this is one of the prettiest places in the game right now. Oh, look how pretty it is. It's pretty. Probably one of the prettiest regions in this expansion. With all of its funky colors. We're just extremely casually avoiding... Well, almost avoiding doing that. Almost avoiding. Not fully avoiding. Shh. Oh, there's a destination. Oh. I can kind of see why Erenville didn't want to go all the way in here. At the water edge, and then of course we do one a little bit further in here to lure it back to us. That's the key. We want to lure it in. There we go. And then of course we go find Erenville, who has the rest of the feed. It is done. All set. Finish out laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to Erenville. Yes, yes, we shall. He's very good with animals. Apparently, we're not as good. And there you are. Here she is. Shh, there's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, Ranger. Come. Come with me. Aw. It's kinda cute, to be honest. It's like, okay. Yes, there's a good girl. So they basically levitate when I want to. We'll be fine here. I think I can give her a few more treats and lead her over to the boat. You can let Koana know that we have our friend back. We don't want to scare her away after all. We don't want to scare her off. That would be dumb. Makes you wonder though, if you could do the entire story in like a weekend if you just skipped all. Because when I did it on Innova, I didn't do all of it at once. I kind of did like some of it. And then took a break and went over here to play on Odin and then came back to play there. Like, I think I used around 16 hours, so should have been doable in a weekend if I didn't decide to see the story all over again. Let's go! Expected nothing else from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase the part we need. The Levelier twins are at the Earthenshire right now, having the Potsworm make the repairs. Until it shouldn't take long, we'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Tancred. Yes. Ah, finally. Flying, so that we can leave so we don't have flying anymore. Tancred must know something by now. Yeah, there's our call. You found her? Understood. Thank you. Well, let's go. Let's bring your sister back. I had but to invoke his name. Tancred followed the Hobigo's boat to its destination and confirmed they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul, Jaja, and his minions. I swear I will make them regret this. She's in the rich leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap the lady, we're gonna call her the lady, and make the way back to Iukiatum, whatever. The river we cannot basically name. Names are like tongue twisters for me. There we go. It's time to hunt. Oh, so they have her in these tunnels, of course, where we ran up. Him just standing there.
サンクレット。
Mm-hmm.
王女様はこの先だ。今はまだ無事だが。
Unharmed, but no dallying. So pretty there, though. And he steals the stone, of course. Yep. Oh god, he still laughs like a chicken.
試練なんてくだらねえもんを無視して筆跡を手に入れてやったぜ。
そいつを返せ。その筆跡にはフォンジャンテーンの思いがこもってんだ。お前らが手にしていいもんじゃねえ。
それは君のために壺匠になってくれたやつの中い？ならあっさり奪われちゃダメじゃないか。
Like Jerk 1 and Jerk 2 on the same body.
卑怯な真似しやがって。それでも継承候補者か。
I'm sorry, but Daddy Daenerys will never give him the throne.
さらわれちゃったのは誰かな。威勢がいいだけで王様になれるなら苦労しないよね。
からから弟よ、あまりメス猫ちゃんをいじめるんじゃない。ほら見ろ、今にも泣き出しそうじゃねえか。
Pretty sure Dad would never let him be a Dawn servant ever.
でな。
Okay. Since you asked.
なんだなんだ。
さすがに頑丈ですね。
Yep.
不意打ちとは卑怯なやつめ。
Uh,
あなたに言われたくはありませんね。
mm-hmm.
あのブネワの腰巾着で連れの足止めは受け持つって話だっただろうが。
Who?
その話、詳しく聞かせてもらいましょう。
おいおい、こっちには人質がいるんだぜ。
I don't think you want to mess with this person walking up to you, by the way. I like how we're just, like, walking past.
投手にしてはやる方だよ。
Nope, don't underestimate me.
狙いがメス猫ちゃんな以上何もできない。
We also know that our friend is in the back. And incoming little brother? Yep. There we go. Caught her.
いいぞ、コーナー。ラマチ、怪我はないかい？
ああ、助かった。
Now then, Bakul Jaja, you wanna play?
どうしたもが切りやがって。まとめ
At least that head has the presence to know that we're not to be trifled with.
待って兄者。目的の史跡は奪ったんだ。ここは飛行。ゾラージャにやられたところも万全じゃないし。
And
せこいつらやつにしなきゃ。
yeah, you don't really want to do that.
こんな
Trust me.
ところでやられちゃったら兄弟たちに合わせる顔がないよ。それでもいい
We
の？
fail our siblings for nothing? Yeah. That's basically the only thing that can bring him to.
すまねえ。その通りだ。
That made me wonder the first time. It made me wonder what was all that about? Which siblings?
待て、爆風者じゃ。
Okay, blinding spell, can't see shit. And gone.
オカ、
No.
目標は達成しました。ラマチの安全確保を優先し
You can always steal the thing back, right? Hurt your shoulder? Did you? Catching your sister. It's just a little bit on the heavy end. We can heal that. Yes, we can. Yeah, glad to see unharmed. That's what big brothers do, though. They come to the rescue. I just needed a keystone. Why earn it when you can take it? Well, let's take it back. The solution is simple. Take it back. So we take back what was stolen. It's simple. The easy way of doing it, we just take it back. A sound plan. But I didn't see any of those. Ah, Sorrel Jaw. So he just ignored doing his part and left us do it. Oh, he was. Not sure Zoralja was, overprotective big brother? Check. And everybody was like, wow, is that literally a cool level-headed person? And they're both like, well, sorry. Yeah, you're slightly protective, aren't you? But some of the bandits who had temerity to abduct Lamati enforce the law in this region? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe, but I wonder if what pushed these people towards life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone where there's no needs for being bandits. See? This is something to think about. For now, however, the ride continues. I thank you all for your help. Now we go back to being competitors. Seeing you. You bet I am. Sorrel Jaws gained a good head start. It's time we clawed back some lost ground. Not with the claws. Yeah, she's starting to show, you know, the very beginnings of a ruler. Who thinks not only like, okay, we need to fix this, but why are they doing it? From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. I do appreciate you all coming to save me. Yay, we can fly. Free bird. Which of course means that we're leaving. History keepers. To the road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to the Yokhui. It's back to where the paths of the mountain begin. You remember the spot where we were tricked into walking off? Yeah, she remembers. We remember. Just going to rub that in my face like that, huh? Wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Probably. Either way, we can't stand around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. Yes. And now we can fly. Yay! Which of course means that we grab the last few points on the map that we haven't stumbled across yet. Quickly. and take in all the pretty sights. Now that we can see them from above. I kind of enjoy having fully explored the map, basically. Before leaving, once I have flying. That is still very pretty. And then down there. Yeah, that's basically the area where I go get logs. Get legendary logs. I know we don't need to do this, but it's like... I like the idea of doing it anyway. And we can teleport very close back to it afterwards. That's that done. We'll just go up to Okohanu to take the last two. No. We don't want to use tickets for that. Hey, come on. No. No abusing of tickets, please. Shwoop. Just like uncover the last few spots. Which expansion did you come with again? Stormblood, wasn't it? Yeah, I think this is a Stormblood mount. Anybody home? Yep. Hi, Wukibu. I just had to see if he was actually sitting there still. There we go. We've mapped the realm. And we can hop there. Whoosh. Okay, this time around, let's not get sidetracked by random people coming to ask us to meet them, huh? And straight back to being landbound. Stop by Earthentide to say a few words before moving on. Probably not a bad tactic. And our enemies nowhere to be seen. Couldn't you wait a few more moments? So much for giving it the benefit of the doubt. Come, let's catch up. I want to give that smuggler a piece of my mind. Well, maybe. Road book Lamat would agonize with loss of a keystone, but it seems there's nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards. At least we can fly for a little while longer, just until we hit those dotted lines up there. Then we are once more groundbound. Let's just pick one. I'm surprised we still have three different ones. I'm sure you've noticed, but the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths, drink plenty of water. A few more steps and we'll be in Warlar's Echo. That's the second dungeon and the first trial coming up then. Northwest? Yeah, it's over there somewhere. It's up here, I think. We'll grab the Aetheryte first, though. Yes. And Aetheryte. Indeed. Aetheryte, and we can go talk to these guys. Look at the size of the Aetheryte. I don't think it's that big. Yep, there's a guy standing over there. The lay of proof where Papa met with Yokhui. Hi. Ah, that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most Turali. The giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here in the mountains' fastness, they tend to solemn duty to pledge to undertake with the pact with the Dawn Serpent. And that's to keep, to watch over the Tural Vidral Valley Garmanda, and maintain his prison within that thing. Yes, Buklama told us about the Tural Vidral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers, primals. Yet even among those anomalies, Valley Garmada is unrivaled in its strength. It's endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. As we learned at the Lay of Ice, it was Gulul Jaja who was last managed to imprison the beast, and it's lain dormant in the temple ever since. Sleepy, right there. Gulul Jaja's final ploy. I'd like to see the strongest of all Tural Vidral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Well, you're gonna find out. Warlar's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flush out Bakul Jaja first so I can beat my keystone out of him. I think finding the Dawn Serpent Elector will kind of bring us closer to the jerk. Suppose we'd still have 4 keystones to earn. No matter what we do, the constant will pit us against him sooner or later. Yep, that's the idea. Let's seek out this Elector. And I suggest we pay a visit to Karyozar the Gracious, or so the temple is called. The Moblins told me that the High Luminary Gurfurlur is to be found there. Ask information. Yes. But it is also not to be found there, and we know it. Vroom vroom. Let's see if we convince the guards to let us through. I am Buklamat, third promise of Tuliulal, and I seek your elector of the right of succession. May I speak to Gurfurlur? Gurfurlur? The High Luminary has granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter. Oh, that was easier than expected. In we go. Welcome. Who says welcome? Somebody. No? He's not here at present. I am Luminary, yeah. Is this the Sky Ruin? Yep. It is, the Tural Vidrals, whose name evoked terror since time immemorial. I love the shiny feathers on it. So pretty. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, could not beat him. So it's Gululja and his companions, though, that intervene. And they know they would have been slaughtered to the last. Oh, look. It's Erenvil's mother. I'm mostly fascinated by the fact that there's a Pelu with them. Somehow I did not imagine them fighting, but I think they are a healer with the staff. While the Hanu is a black mage. That's a bard. So I'm Been like this ever since. Nice work, Dad. But what happens if the ice ever melts? Yeah, that's a bad thing. The same question looms large in our mind, for the magic sustaining this prison grows weaker with every passing year. The Vala Morgada commands powers of fire, lightning, and ice. Some believe that the violence in the recent storm was a result of those energies slipping free. That rage and tempest was from Vala Morgada. Setting future verse aside, you are come to attempt a feat of proof, yes? The High Luminary, chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour the Forbidding Mountains, then find waiting Gurfulur. That is to be your challenge. So we basically have to find the Elector. Ah, the search itself is a feat, yes. You already spoken with my brothers, I take it. I have. Their expeditions are underway. Then we best be at it. Yep. Chop chop. Aye, but we'll need direction to search him first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villages. Villagers, not villages. Big funky bird. With pretty wings. Uklamat. Gods, that bird is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible they could hold his own against that thing. Should this prison fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It will be up to us to save the day. And it will fail. Basically. Information gathering time? Yep. Let's assume the challenge preclude the Yuk Hui from answering any questions straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask you to pay close attention while attempting to divine his whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us precise location, there may be clues hidden in their words, such as my theory anyway. Let's see what we can discover. Hi, Dree! Wow, that's a new type of butt. Boing. Beep.
Damn it, I didn't light it.
The High Luminary. No, didn't see him say.
Daddy, I threw the smudge stick without lighting it.
Moron. That
Oh,
not the best idea.
What? You don't need to light
it
the
keeps
smudge stick.
opening the door!
No.
It doesn't like the unlit smudge stick, of course. The ex-Prowler came to the temple earlier. Was that really the third promise? Yes.
What are you two doing?
Stop that!
Seems rather unimposing how she meant to do the mighty
Oh, I just saw
Guru
his
Jaja.
foot. Daddy, I think he's stuck in that corner.
Alright, I'm on my way.
Stop
Boing.
that!
It's creepy.
Ooh.
High Luminary... Asking after the High Luminary as well, are you? Nowhere to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He's a great man with deep reverence for our traditions. These cliffs we carve for one. He affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of our lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of meeting may endure through untold turnings of the sun. If you're curious about our ways, I bid you visit Proof to the northwest of here. It's one of our grave sites. Love. How is the tree today? Are you almost freedom touching? Almost? Or not quite yet? Ah, tomorrow. I thought it was today. My brain suddenly had it to be today. Oh well. Not yet then. Almost. Soon, DM. Ah, Tululan? No, you are from further away than that, I think. Yes, soon. As for the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He's the warder of the Sky Rune, but also the keeper of the sepulchres, and his duty often take him outside the village. So, DM. Vroom vroom. We're just biking around, asking a million questions. Destination. Still, the saddest part is that when you finally get flying, you instantly get ground bound, and it's like, ugh. Let me fly. First thing first, was anyone able to coax forth a definite location for Luminary? No. Finally home, thought I was building a small shelf thing for the garage. Gave Bios a bath. Aww. Well, a shelf thing in the garage is pretty handy to have, to be honest. I heard an additional to his usual duties, Garvel also is charged with the keeping of the graves. As did I. The Yukoi sepulchres appear to hold a signala. Can't speak. Nope. Entered into their burial grounds? Yeah. With caution. Proof, you say? Yep. It will give us insight. Yes, yes. The good part about seeing all of this is that my hands don't get as tired because there's so much rest between. Which is kind of handy. It was a little bit rougher when I did it on the American Alt, which basically pushed 100% into just pushing it through really fast. There's a gun head to prove following the trail. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. I thought to get my bearings from up here first and I stumbled off a cliff. Why don't you try and catching up to Ernville? He should be able to point you in the right direction. Sure he would be. Wrong mount. I remember a certain flight path. I mean, not really flight path, but you know what I mean. Little green swirly orb should be up here somewhere. I think it's like all the way to the edge somewhere here. No. I know. Oh, there it is. I know I was. Only thing I remember is that I can't go down. Then I had to go back up again. Swirlies. We do want the swirlies. After all, let's see. Okopaka. We are we up or down now? Okay, we're down. This is the first one. Then we have another one all the way up there, so we're gonna go grab that. Yes, we're using a map. Tuli dial. Tuli dial. I think it's around the corner of that tip there. Here. And of course they're like all the way up and down here, so we can go do these. Really, hi, there you are. That's the one they kept trying to tell us to go to when we were down there. Whoosh. We need all the aether currents. But the other one is like, I think either there or like there. And then the last one is all the way down here somewhere. So we'll grab them along the way. Hello there, Longjaw. Bye there, Longjaw. Bye. Bye. Boing. It's a very bouncy bike, this. Has good feathers. Ever burning. Take a look at this crater. There's no wood, no trees, not even dried grass, and the ground still burns. Yep, it is one of the scars left by that big bird. The Skyrim's fires are described as eternal flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. And here I thought it a literally embellishment. Nah, it's pretty true. But now I lost sight of Buklamat. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading in the right way. I'll stop losing sight of Miss I don't know where I am then. You're the one who told us she has no sense of direction. And yet you let her wander. Tisk. Bad, Aaron Will. Bad. Can't do such things. But yeah, first we do this. Oops, that was the wrong button. Nah, I don't need to do that. There's not many. They're easy to find. They're kind of along the way, like this one. Like, hi. So there isn't really a need to. I would rather actually want that for when we hit the Shalwani, where it's just one zone. Then it would be really nice to be flown around for it. That one and the last zone. The last zones where you can get everything. That's where it's nice to be flown around. But it's not needed. Looks like everyone here, so let's hear it. No, I don't think that's him either. No, I'm not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepultures to those who came in search of him. Oh, so we were meant to find you here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried here? No one is buried here in the sense that you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flame and scatter the ashes across the peaks. Moreover, we do not conceive death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who knew them. This is why we build our sepulchres before age or mishap claims us. That way we might etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. Which means you never disappear. Basically, this is what the old what they're called again? Ugh. Not the Greek. The Egyptians did this. As long as the name exists and as long as a name is spoken, you are remembered and therefore you still live. Then you're not actually dead. Has it always been thus for you people, this conception of existence and death? Continue along this path to the illegible passage. Behold the story upon its walls, and you may find the answers to your questions. But again, thank you for the offer, Dree. Maybe I'll take you up on it on the stream later today, because I think I might have reached... I think we might maybe reach Shalwani. Or I guess we could cheat on the next step too. Just fly and get everything, even because you can fly me down even though I can't walk down. We'll see. We'll see how far I get first. There's quite a lot of stuff to do for still. Let's see, west. Yeah, it's inside there. We're gonna go for that. Hello. Big thing with club. It's what you miss the most though whenever you can't fly. You miss flying. Excuse me while I pass through here because I just want to grab something like just around the corner. I'll be right back. Promise. I do have a vague memory where it is. It should be... I thought I had a vague memory where it is. Vague memory incorrect. Let's see, more to the west. Ah, it's there, not back there. Yeah, vague memory, completely 100% wrong. Who would have ever thought? Oh look, gatherers. There we go. I think we have one more Aether Current. Yep. And that's the one that's like all the way down here somewhere. So let's grab this first. Grab our little questy quest. Because we can. Hello, a fellow we met at Proof suggested we come here. Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chroniclers of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teaching of the murals from generation to generation. Kinda remind you of certain other murals in the first. Yep. And together they tell the tale of your people's history. They are events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way. Please, we would love to hear all about it. Can you imagine Sarul Jah standing here and caring for shit all? I can't. The first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago. A great prosperity for them. Blessed with the size and strength unmatched by other people, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yogg-Tural under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northward, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Yogg-Tural. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to building a bridge to the northern lands, a grand labor which consumed the greater part of a century. Zorgor the Boundless, we still make use of that bridge in Tululal for travel. Can't imagine the patience and dedication to complete the work. But I've never heard of any Yokhui living in Yogg-Tural. Look upon the next mural and behold the answer. The scene suggests that many giants perished at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion? Disease. A foe unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forward in Yogg-Tural those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease. Of course it was. Some terrible illness? No virulent plague or Eulerism blight. For the local Tonavada and Chatona, it was a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the turning of the season. What manifested for them as slight fevers and cough, however, proved deadly to our people. Out of every 10 Yokhui who joined the Northern Campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it hard to breathe. I've heard of this before. Lacking an inherited resistance, visitors in distant lands can find deathly ill to diseases a local might shrug off. These events might also have given reason to the practice of cremation rather than the burial of mortal remains. This final mural depicts a return to our grieving, The reason they first left, why they have fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times, when reformers learned that they shared continent with peoples unlike us in appearance or custom. They feared invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yes, as they fought on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Yogg-Tural and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was there in the palace, the place which birthed us. Here, in the stones upon we recorded our days. Here, in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict. When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes. Zorildra should have heard this lesson. So, we return to the present, and I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening. Yes. Always glad to learn more about my fellow Tirali. How you lived until now and how you wish to live from now on. Then I believe you're ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of Vorkor Zormor. Time for dungeon. Had a feeling we'd be able to scale that old mountain. We'll have a feat worthy of the name. Follow the trail south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway, the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning and the lesson. Finally, we know where we're going. To the top of Vorkor or Zorkor. Well, if anyone's online and want to go do that, please tell me. Would be nice to have the company. Vroom. Vroom, vroom. See, we have to go, like, all the way down, though. I think I'm gonna do that first. We're gonna grab our last... southeast. So basically we're going this way. Look at those claw marks. They're funky. If I remember it's right, we're gonna go in here. And avoid some more angry giants. Yep, I remember this place. Those claw marks though, those are big. Yeah. Those are like really, really big claw marks. Bye. Bye. To the south. Hi. You can look that way, that's fine with me. I'm just gonna find a green bulb. There it is. And that should be our last one. If my calculations are correct, we did not detect any nearby currents. Check. We Gucci. We got all our currents. So the plan is to keep streaming for like 1.5 hours longer. Then I'll have a break until after dinner. To rest the voice and like rest the brain a bit. Kinda needs it. And then after dinner, continue basically as long as yesterday-ish. Then rinse and repeat tomorrow, apart from maybe something else in after dinner. And yeah, maybe do it again next weekend. It depends a little bit on... Wait, that's wrong. There's a little bit on energy levels and such. The thing is that I really want to finish it, and since I've started it on stream, I feel like it would be a bit meh to finish it like off stream. Although I don't know if anyone's actually following the story again. Or not, apart from myself. Hi Aliasal. This mountain air is gonna be the death of me. Well, you know, take it easy. How long have you been standing there? I was just taking in the scenery, that's all. Come on, I don't want to fall behind Alfinod and the others, and you never want to show off that you are quite tired. That is the way, huh? Always a tough one. Oops. That's the wrong mount, look how slow that is. On the bike! This bike much faster. This is basically gonna open the dungeon. Yep. You remember how the Chronicle was saying the more they fought, the further away they moved from the idea of peace? Yep. It occurs to me that Zoral is attempting the feat of proof, then he will have heard the same lesson. I can only hope it made him reconsider his own stance on educating people through war. I doubt it. Gaze upon the summit of Vorkor Zormor? Yes. God, that one tall mountain? Yes, yes you are. Don't think they agree.
ところどころしか聞き取れないが、ヨカフイ族の古語のようだ。
やはり通人か。ヘドが出そうだが、貴様らにもわかるよう、トライオラ公用語を使ってやろう。貴様ら、継承の儀とやらの参加者だな。
ん？まあそうだけど。
ならば貴様らを亡き者とすれば、トライオラは時代の為政者を失うということか。
なんか感じ悪いじゃねえか。これまで出会ったヨカフイ族とは違う事情がありそうだな。
グルージャジャの下僕となった恥知らずどもと一緒にしてもらっては困る。我らチーワグーエンデンを拠点とするヨカフイ族は再び大陸の覇者となり、かつての栄華を取り戻すべく戦う偉大な一族だ。
オーラーの残響に暮らすヨカフイ族とは別の一派ということか。
あいつらは軟弱者じゃねえし、親父の下僕でもねえよ。ただ気づいただけだ。本当に欲しかった平和は最初からここにあったんだってな。
Guess not everyone agrees.
軟弱者の言い訳に過ぎん。1000年以上も受け継がれてきた悲願から目をそらし、先祖たちの思いを忘れ去った恩知らずどもだ。もはや奴らを当てになどしておらん。一族の悲願は我がこの手で掴み取る。
Will you though?
忌むべきトライオラの王女である貴様の命を。
But why?
反撃ののろしとしてな。
I don't think so.
やめろ。できれば戦いたくね
え。I think he wants to fight you though.
なら、おとなしく死ね。
Some things disagrees. It's very crystally.
王侯増毛の会長め。
Yeah, well, you look like food.
騒ぎを聞きつけて我らを狩りに来たか。降りてこい。先に貴様から始末してやろう。
Speaks toughly. It's not going for you, it's going for the weakest part of your party, Dumbum.
間に合ったぜ。
Come on, you can heal. Well, at least it's retreated.
どういうつもりだ。
Because she can.
どうもこうもねえよ。勝手に体が動いただけさ。
The natural instinct for her,
それ
apparently.
にお前らが死んじまったら二度と話せねえだろ。話せなきゃお前らのことを知ることもできなくなっちまう。私はお前らのことが知りてんだ。
知るだと何のためにだ。
何のためにって、そりゃ同じ大陸で生きるお前らのことを好きになりてえからだよ。
You don't give up easy, do you? Like, I'm gonna cut it in half.
具合はどうだ？
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that.
命に別状はないよ。しかし歩けるようになるまでもう少しかかりそうだ。
よし。ならアルフィノはそいつの治療を続けててくれ。
We're leaving Alfie behind a lot this expansion. Guess he kinda had his expansions.
ああ、わかった。気をつけて行ってきてくれ。
And this is why I actually ended up having
こんなことで
Aliasal as my healer.
悲願を捨
That
て
was
たり
funky.
はせんぞ。
それでいいさ。私を殺してえならいくらでも受けて立ってやる。
Mm-hmm.
だからお前も一族の長なら今は仲間
Like, you're
の
welcome to
心配を
try, but perhaps you should think about your friend first.
これだけの山ともなれば、俺の知らない生き物も多く生息してるはずだ。
And trust you to lead the way.
梅
Yeah.
雨払いは頼んだぞ。
His yellow eyes still fascinate me. Still makes me think he's
こいつを
a
残
certain
った先に
Asian.
グーフールーがいるはずだ。
Asian. Up we go. So, before we do this instance, I'm gonna refill my glass with something to drink, have a small leg stretch, and then off we go. And if anyone in here would like to come along, please tell me. I'd be happy for the company. I am on leech, so if you play an audience, it shouldn't be an issue. If not, I'll just go with the usual suspects of random people. Yeah, we'll do a quick be right back, and then we'll do this this dungeon. Yes, Barry, I'm at dungeon. Do you want to come along? This one. The mountain. Sure. Yay, company. Let's see if we can't find ourselves a berry then. We're gonna come as the bard. Summoner? Okay. So you ain't gonna tank for me? I'm just... No, I'm joking. I'm only joking. Really just joking. Swap to whatever. What? I'm a healer. You could have tanked for me. You could have been my tank. But nah, company is more than fine. So this is the FC of the Knights of Billaba. Basically level ups FC. Bringing wait time as a healer? What is this? How rude. There should be no wait time as a healer. Come on. I set out to kill Tululal's favorite daughter this day. To be aided by her instead was unexpected. I'll not harm you or yours until debt is repaid. Hi, Alfie. We'll tend to this one's wounds. Go ahead with the others. Sure. Hi, Ironville. As I've said before, I'm no fighter. I'll follow from a distance and keep well out of the way. There we go. Dungeon! Dungeon time! That's a shiny sword on our tank. I like this place though, it looks cool. And yes, I'm new here. Lop. Zip. I admit it though, I still think that these guys The Dark Knight tanks, they still need a little bit of a boost, to be honest, compared to all the other tanks. They still have their funky stuff, it's not that, it's just they seem to like not be as self-sufficient as any of the other tanks, basically. Well, they sprint fast, don't they? Boing. At least they do break the shields fast, so we get a little bit of extra deeps. The slight downside of this though is you have to stand in the middle of things. It's like the one perk that astrologians have. They don't have to stand in the middle of things. And then of course it's trying to remember this boss. Not remember anything. It does frosty things, so that I do remember. Cold feet. Has cute ears though. You can admit to that, right? So who's gonna get cold feet now then? Those two. Look at those cold feeties. Snowballs. Lots and lots of snowballs. Oh god, I read that as Fluffle Pop, and I was like, Fluffle Up. Oh boy. So, we're gonna have cold feet again, I guess. So those are gonna have cold feet. Oh, this side is gonna have cold feet, I see. It's been a while since I did this one. At least a few weeks, right? Oh, it did. It did. Why do you put things under feet all the time? It's just rude. Stop it with the feet. Stop it with putting all of the things under my feet. I just want to stand here and plop these little thingies in your faces. Yes? I think this is a good deal. This is what I mean with... Yeah. Dark Knights can take a lot of damage all of a sudden. And I do feel like they're like the weaker part of the tanks right now. Of course it's Sorelja. Why wouldn't it be, right? So many treasure coffers. Can hear how fast the shield breaks though. So. The sound of the shield breaking comes like almost instantly after throwing it. Bush. Oh look, it's our fouled friend. Yes, I think every healer has like a favorite tank. And as a tank, I also have like a favorite healer. I admit it. Or like what I feel is the most comfortable when I'm being healed. Why do people need to stand on top of each other? Yeah, that's fine. Forgot. I kind of like, funnily enough, I think I have the opposite of what I... From when I tank, I do like that. Yeah, that's gonna go first. No, you just murdered me, Barry. I was murdered by Barry. How rude. Murdering little thing. I wasn't sure if we were gonna make that one. Luckily we did though. I'm gonna steal all the gear now. I think that's like the hardest part about these dungeons is you don't do them that often. Especially since I don't really do leveling roulettes unless I'm helping somebody else. It's not that often that you get them, so you see them exactly the amount of times that you have to do them. So I don't really remember any of the bosses properly. The level 97 dungeon though I remember. Much better. That's because I farmed it for gear. The sound of the clown crab shooting. Sound of shields. Shield breaking again. Again. And down it goes. Yep, Gerfurler. Or if you want to read in more Norwegian, Gudfurlur. It still sounds more like a Norwegian word to me. Prepare to be tested. Yes, yes. Don't stand in bad, do good. But if I want to stand in bad? I don't think anyone remembers this anymore. Panheima, we love you. Yeah, this one is new. Leave those to you then, Barry.
しよ轟き渡れ。この技に耐えるとは。
Green.
古の記録よ、無慈悲なる嵐よ。
If this is gonna be knockback and the fire stuff, basically gonna have to be knocked back into the fire stuff. Quite like healing these dungeons, if I'm honest. They're a bit more of a challenge than you're used to. Yet not exactly too hard either. It's like a nice challenge, apart from when Barry kills you. What? I said nothing. Oh, that's the only one left that I'm allowed to come. Ta-da! Woo. And Erangel comes running. We did it! Yes, you killed me though. Murderer. It's fine. You also arrest me again. Hi, Luminary. Hello. Yeah, pretty sure you stood behind me. Is it because the other one was to the side, so I can't see how that could have killed me. Although, might not have been you, might have been the other one after all. It just looked like we were very, very close. I guess you can see it on the VOD later. I can check it on the VOD later, and I'll tell you if you killed me or not. He's a little bit taller than the others, yeah. You're looking now? Yeah, have it checked out. And I'll check it later and see if I can trust your judgment. Oh. Visions served their ancestors.
サカトラル出征の少し前のことだ。祖先たちは夢の
Dreams
中
of
で
glittering
黄金に輝
splendor.
く国を見たという。永遠を生きる人々が争いも貧しさもなく ただ幸せのうちに暮らす理想の世界だ。
Do we trust such dreams?
この夢を見たのが
Especially with what we know. Absolutely
ただ
not.
の笑い話で終わっただろう。だが同時期に数十数百の祖先たちが同じ夢を見たことで、当時の祭司たちは神からの啓示だと考えた。
そんなことって。
サカトラルへの出世は黄金鏡探索という意味もあったのだ。支配下に置いていた各部族も借り出して大規模な捜索が行われたらしい。
なるほどな。そこに巻き
Ah, so all four of us chose the same safe spot. Well, that's death for me then. Especially because I think I had a stack. I had a shield on me, but yeah. Oh well.
次の継承候補者が現れたか。
I like the fact that he's like, I'm
お
spent.
前たちの力も測らせてもらうぞ。
Well, that's a nifty draught. Off he goes again.
準備は万全というわけか。
Yeah, he means her now. 3 myths to survive with 1 wall stack, yeah. I did not think about us all standing in the same spot, so... Oh well. I got rest, nobody else died. All good. I was murdered by standing on with other people. Well, I guess they managed. Yeah, do you too? I like that it's like instantly here and now.
その力、とくと見せてもらった。
So it was 2 before him. That means that 1 hasn't come here yet, and we can all guess who that is.
試練を超えた証を授けよう。
Yeah, me too. Is like, I know I've even done them twice. And I still can't remember shit all. I had vague memories of the last boss, but that was all. Everything else is like, how do we do this again?
これなる点検であなた方と競い合えればよかったのですが、爆風ジャジャの
Jaja and his
衝撃を
minions,
交わしながらでは望むべくもなく。
あの野郎、また汚ねえ真似を。
しかし手出ししてきた割にこちらが応戦してみせたらあっさりと引いていった。
Distraction.
一体何が目的だったのやら。目的といえば試練の場として王構造網の山頂を選ばれた理由も気になります。
The only conclusion of the first feat.
今回の試練はあなたを探す過程でヨカフイ族の歴史を知るような構成になっていました。
It looks like an utmost graveyard, basically.
あるのでしょう。
ああ、ここは俺たちにとって。
That's what I thought when I first came as well. It looks like a very special graveyard of the same type that they had downstairs, really. Like sepulchres everywhere? Or a memory ground, more than a burial ground.
この山頂に祀られているのは歴代のヨカフイ族の祭司長。そして80年前にこのオルコパチャを
So this is basically actually a graveyard.
バリガルマンダと勇敢に戦った猛者たちだ。
道理で数が多いわけだな。
Nice Zoralja.
ゾラージャ兄さん、 やっぱり先についてたのか。
From him, who's like not exactly the fastest guy in the world. Oh, you little lying, sniveling weasel.
サレージャ、てめえよくも。
ここをどこだと思っている。
Mm-hmm.
罵り合いで場を乱すようなら。
You're in a burial place. Behave, kitten.
そうだったな。悪い。
他の候補者を待つ必要はもうあるまい。父上の生前墓とやらまで案内しろ。
Oh, so he has one as well.
親父の墓?
Well, if they have everyone who fought, they should have your fathers too. It's basically a way of recording their own history. It's not a bad way.
これがバリガルマンダを
Sealed away the
封印
monsters
した者
while in
たちの
Morgana.
生
Yep.
前墓だ。グルージャジャの名も刻まれている。
武と利をもって平和をもたらした覇者、グルージャジャ。
意外な名前も刻まれてるな。世界の広さを知る航海者。
Navigator of uncharted oceans.
ケテンラムってトラル大陸に初めて渡ったリムサロミンサの探検家
The
よね。
Lominsan explorer. Yep.
彼もレンオと一緒に旅をしてたってこと？
So it would seem.
道を追い求める探求者。カフキは。まさか。この名前ま
Is
で
it that strange to see your mother's name? Yes, we're spoiling stuff.
ヨカフイ族以外の者が生前墓を建てることなど異例のことであったが、彼らはそれにふさわしい偉業を成したのだ。
Demanded recognition.
武
Yep.
と利をもって平和をもたらした覇者か。やっぱ親父はすげえや。
無によって波動を進むものか。
No, he paved it with several
バリガル
skills.
マンダを封印することができたのは氷の魔力を暴走させた利があってこそだった
Exactly.
よね。
He used several things.
武と利か。武に関しちゃ武の親父の技を継いだゾラージャ兄さんにはかなわねえ。利だって利の親父の知識を継いだコーナ兄さんの方が優れて
But you're the one that takes most after your own father.
なら私が親父から受け継いだものって一体何なんだ。
Dunno. No, I want her to think for herself. I don't want to say the words right out, right? It would be Rill's way to like make her think.
私が親父から継ぐべきもの。
And what else defines her dad?
そうか。
See? It's much better for her, in my mind at least, it feels much better for her to think of it herself. Than me like bottle fed it. And on Makoto I basically bottle fed her all of it. So Rill is doing Imrill is doing his job as a guidance. Oh.
私は私のやり方で平和を守ってみせるぜ。
I don't think your older brother cares a little, but the oldest older brother could not care less. Nobody want to hear that sound.
なんだなんだ。
That was something that should not be released.
みんな大変だ。すぐにウォーラーの残響へと戻ってきてくれ。バリガルマンダの封印が解かれたんだ。
So we're gonna probably have that as our last part of this stream. Is gonna be the The first trial of the expansion?
なんだと
Yep.
バリガルマンだが
Guess who did that?
とにかく急いで戻るぞ。
And I will stream again later today. So, plenty of streaming still to do. Plenty of MSQ still to do. Let's go.
これは好都合。他の候補者たちに先行
Fortunate.
する好機ではありませんか。
Lying, sniveling little weasel. It's hard to understand his thought set though. Vroom vroom. Oh yeah, we can do this actually. Whoosh. Good, you're back. There's much I would explain, but the time arrived to investigate sudden urgent aether. There are already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone's preoccupied between the wound and pray, catch your breath, and lend a hand when you can. Sure thing. We shall lend a hand immediately then. If you're ready, there are many injured who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, ask you to alert me to them. How about I heal them myself? Tend to whoever requires the most urgent healing. Let's see to people's hurts. My brother's like, yeah, well, I'm a healer. I can fix this myself, you know. I can heal. Bathed in red, searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. Yeah, that's what you get when you free an ass. A big snake. With pretty wings. Aww. That's our stonemason friend. Groan. Everything burns. A touch of cloth is agony, yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Okay. Fine with me. Everything burns though? That's not exactly nice. How about you then? Well, at least you're sitting up. Ah, my wounds are nothing serious. But the dryness in my throat, it's as if all the moisture has left my body. Basically, it seems like it's relinquished a lot of heat. Everybody's basically been burned to crisp. So did you order original recipe or extra crispy? That's the question. There we go. We're doing all we can do for now. Yep. Now it's time to find what we're gonna fight. That as well. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? No, a firebird. The details are unclear. It's a firebird. Once I healed a giant attacked by the mountain bird, the group's leader, Vorporlor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then I felt an intense wave of aether, and I returned to find Vorlar's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valigar Manda has broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. We're gonna need more information. Yes. Speak with the temple guards, see what's become of the Sky Ruins prison. We can all guess who did this, though. And none of us will be surprised by the fact that it's them. Illuminator grants you entry and awaits you within. Yep. there's no bird in there. That's one prison completely gone. What happened? Prison gone. Bird free. Yep.
祭司ズーム状況宣告のことを継承候補者
Let's all get which claimant that could be. But cool, Jaja. Echo. I'm surprised we still have that. With, you know, who being gone.
何者です。おや、あなたも継承候補者でしたか。
はあ、こいつが噂のバリガルマンだってやつか。
バリガルマンだ。
トラル大陸の歴史において過去幾度も覚醒し生ける天才として恐れられたトラル・ビドラール。
What a good little terror.
俺様の役に立つために今日まで眠っていてくれたんだ。
I'm not sure why he needed him for anything.
どういう意味だ。
なるほどね。こいつの氷の魔力を暴走させて自らを氷好きにさせたんだ。さすがはグルージャジャ様、頭いい。
Yes, an annoying voice, I admit it.
これを破るのはとても一筋縄じゃいかないよ。
Still don't get why.
この氷を溶かしきるだけの火の魔法と眠れるバリガルマンダの魂に火を灯す魔法を二人の術者が全く同時に放つ必要があるんだから。
Like, why would you want to do that?
そんな離れ技ができる息の合った術者はブオー・グルージャジャ様とリオー・グルージャジャ様、そしておいらと兄者だけだよ。
What an ass.
やめろ。
いやいや、もうやっちゃったし。
But already did.
さあ、おねんねは終わりだよ。
A wee bit of an ass, that one. Well, luckily though, it's not like at full strength immediately. Still slightly angry. So wait, is Bakul Jaja like lame in Imu?
あっちな、ちょいとやりすぎちまった。
Still, why? That's just like instant disqualification, I would think.
俺様が王になるために決まってるだろうが。
He's not gonna give you the throne, Dumbum.
それだけのために最悪を解き放ったと。また多くの人が知ることになってもか。
What if it attacks your home? That would be interesting.
せいぜい大暴れしてくれよ。
That would have been an interesting thing if it went to his home. You could fly there. And wreak havoc on their home.
トライオラにはすでに死者を向かわせました。やがてトラル幽連隊から
Well, there's only one thing to do. Handle it ourselves.
バクージャジャの野郎。私らの邪魔をするためにしちゃ度が過ぎてるぜ。今回ばかりは許しちゃおけねえ。
It should be like instant disqualification from the battle. Fight it. Duh. We've kicked bigger asses.
バリガルマンダを放っておいたらまた多くの人が死んじまう。それを見捨てて王になったってフォンジャンテーンや私を応援してくれたみんなに胸を張ることなんてできねえ。だから私はバリガルマンダを撃つ。
Time to fight.
相手はあの親父が倒しきれなかったほどの敵だ。私一人で太刀打ちできるとは思えねえ。
Luckily, we're not alone.
継承の義への協力者として呼んだお前らにそんな義理はねえのは分かってる。私と共にバリガルマンダと戦ってくれ。このオルコパティ
Yeah, sure, why not, right? Ooh, we'll have Entei join us as well. Luxury. Yay! Ah, this is the kind of challenge I live for, as if you had to ask. Yeah, basically. We still have a little ways to go to open it, though. We have to follow a hand from memory. Yeah, we're not the type to. They're comrades now, huh? Hmm.
そっか。いいな、仲間って。一緒に戦ってくれる奴がいるだけで、こんなにも心強い気持ちになるんだからさ。
And of course, Koana will help.
俺たちはどうする?
Help his sister, of course.
継承の義に勝つことを優先するなら、ここは先に進むべきでしょうね。
But he isn't committed to winning it over everything else. It's like, our son's all grown up. Yay! They have such dad vibes, the two of them there. Like, ultra dad vibes in 20 seconds.
バリガルマンダを倒すにしても、まずは奴がどこへ向かったかを調べないとな。
Time to bring out the finger.
そこは幼馴染を当てにしてるぜ。
Like, shrug. Yep. Inform them of the danger. We shall. We shall inform of danger. This is very much cutscene to cutscene to cutscene. Now then, how to track it. That's the hand of the finger thing. I like that it's actually the old finger pointing thing that we all have. I think basically everyone has it. Meep, 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 meep. A floating hand? Yeah, but it works. It's not a toy, it's an aether seeker. As the name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the aether of living beings. You've had that in your pack this whole time? Calibrate to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valem Regarda, however, is it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Know that in order to awaken Valagarmada from its icy imprisonment, Bakul Jaja casts spells which quicken its fire-aspected ether. So that's why they were all burned. And fiery blast. So then the choice is plain. Fire. Yes. The Seeker, however, is not without its fault, and we were not able to input our core's unique etheric signature in advance. The device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected ether. So we have reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus the potential swift but easily missed Gleaner tool. I say not what pursue both methods at the same time. Yep, it's always good to try both. Both is good. You travel with me then, Emerald, in case the Seeker leads me somewhere other than Fiery Fiend. Yep. We'll make sure that Mr. Aaronville doesn't get lost. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Skyrim sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. No one has any objections. I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yukoi. The Yukuyu. Very few are injured, but I'm aware of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valigarmanda. I should like to be close at hand to their condition worsen. Sounds like we all have work to do. Yes. That fly needs to get out of my room soon. Come on, pointy hand. Point the way towards fire, please. Let's see, pointing the way. I'll make you leader though, Barry, so you can invite Entei. I just need to be pointed on my way first. Okay, let's follow this thingamabob. Right, Seekers ready to go. Warlord's echo is fused with Skyrim and rested the ether. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Yes. Let's go. Yes, tracking source. Chop chop. I'll sneakily add... Cannot add friend from that. That's... why not? Sure. Yes, it's found an fire-aspected ether this way. Not exactly what we were looking for, but fire in the hole. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. Nope. But it is fire-aspected. So it's not wrong. Do you mind taking care of it? Nah, it's fine. We shall take care of it. The rest mage. Rest mage are handy. There we go. Let's send this hand on his way. Could you find something better, Mr. Hand? Or pointy fingers? I mean, yes, it seeks Aether, but it's not exactly pinpointing the biggest sources out there. That's the way it goes, though, I guess. So So that's the big one over there that we're gonna fight now. I mean, it's also fire, so it's not, again, not wrong. But it's also not right. It is made of fire. Not what we're looking for, indeed. If I would be so kind. Yep. Should really bring him out again. Problem is he goes away almost instantly. Because of the amount of time it takes to do cutscenes, he just vanishes. But it's kind of funky. Boop. Okay, we good. See if our hand can find something better this time. Resume tracking. And then it goes back. And it goes up. I think it finds like... yeah, the left behind hole, basically. This thing. And it is again not wrong. This is more like the aspect that Fire Aether it needs. Yeah, another remnant of Valgamar's last rampage. The crater flames registered the Seeker's corporal aether. Now we know what we're looking for. In the words of the Tulial saga, when the rage is out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Serpent able to turn the Skyrim's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it's a strange feeling to see such fanciful poetry proven true. But now we know what to adjust this to, so that it knows exactly what to go find. Now the Seeker should ignore any authority but Willem regardless. Would not need to fight all those creatures, my apologies. It's fine. This is how we learn. I know where we're going. This time the Seeker should be attracted solely by that Eater. Resuming tracking based on last example. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Pursuit mode. Which means we're gonna go yippee-ki-yay. Look at all of these people doing the thing. We're not gonna do the thing though. We're gonna go straight for the MSQ. So that we can do the trial before ending for now. You found another one of these, yes, yes. Off it goes. And back up there. The moments you wish you could fly. You can do it. You've flown before. Yes, I'm joking with it. There is no joke though. I do always miss flying when I can't fly. That's just the nature of it. Being land-bound is just so boring in comparison. Hi. Hi. And Barry's making the potions. Or, yeah, most likely potions. If I was to gander a guess, it would be potions. All the potions. Oh, he's injured. Poor thing. Yep. We think notice if Valimar goes inside the passes. Let's head through to the other side. Yeah, I think we would see it. I agree. Yep. He's been hiding back in his old home, basically. It's a bit lost, I think.
反応はここで途絶えてるみたいだ。もしかしてこの辺りでバリガルマンダの生態エーテルが切り替わったのか。あいつは3つの属性を操るトラルビドラールらしいからな。
I think it's in there.
何にしてもこの先のウォーコーラード方面へ向かったのは間違いないだろう。居場所の見当もついたことだ。みんなに連絡しよ
う。Let's call them all in.
Alfino はヨカフイ族の避難を手伝ってるわ。怪我人も出ているなら癒し手がいた方がいいだろうって。
He's also like taking a very big side role.
それでバリガルマンダは
Inside there.
ウォーコーラード。さまざまな属性のクリスタルを含んだ地層が幾層にもなることで虹色の輝きが出来上がったと言われている。80年間も封印されてさぞ空腹だっただろうからな。餌場を探して飛び回った挙句あの山のエーテルに惹かれたってとこだろう。
つまりバリガルマンダはエーテルを補給しようとしている。
So it goes back to full strength.
なら一刻も早く。
待て。あの山はヨカフイ族の聖地。
So you want Valimar Gada to eat you alive instead? Sure. Okay.
そうだったのか。悪い。お前らの聖地に無断で入ろうとしたことは謝る。だけどよ、この先には覚醒したバリガルマンダがいるはずなんだ。あいつを倒さなきゃ昔みたいに多くの人が死ぬ。私らはそれを止めるために。
I know, was just saying.
お前らの聖地に立ち入ることを認めてくれねえか。
できぬ相談だな。そもそも貴様らだけであのバリガルマンダを倒せるとも。
Well, we might be a little bit of fools, maybe. I can see where he comes from. On the fool part.
頭数が足りないというならこれでいかがです？父上の生前簿に刻まれていたバリガルマンダを封じた英雄たちの名は7つ。
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's kind of counting Erenville into the 7. I think that's a bad idea.
軟弱者がいくら増えたところで。
Now we're 8.
ゾラージャ兄さんまで来てくれたのかよ。
Has he though? Well, see, even he sees it as a valuable foe to fight, right?
この程度の迂回では我が勝利は揺るがん。
Now we're 8.
そんなことよりも父上が倒しきれなかったという
Of course there's a reason. That's always the reason, right?
兄さんたちがいれば100人力だぜ。
我らを差し置いて盛り上がるな。まだ一言も通すとは言っていない。
That's not always the answer.
やめろ兄さん。民に刃を向ける気か。
He would basically slay you all.
これはいいなこと。チーワグエンデンの者どもはトライオラには属さぬ一派だったはず。ならば我が国の民とは言え
Well,
る
she
でしょう。
considers them her people. Her
関
peoples?
係ねえよ。トライオラがトラル大陸にあるただ一つの国なら、そこに生きる奴らが私らと無関係であるはずがねえ。もし手出そうってんなら、私が相手になってやる。
And the good old hero in the back there, huh?
あいつ、倭寇増暴の会長。俺、かばった。今、その時、同じ目。本気、俺たち、守る。
Not the most eloquent fellow, but he gets his point across.
確かに、余計な借りを作ったままだったな。これで貸し借りはなしだ。
Yeah, basically, okay.
だが思い違いはするな。
That's fine. You don't have to.
今後もトライオラには従属し。
Imagine if that's gonna be one of our B stripes, though. To kind of work our way into having them accept us as at least friends.
名を聞いておこう。
私はウクラマとトライオラの平和を守る王になる女だ。
He got his answer. He now knows her name. Now he leaves.
立場や主張が違う相手とだって話し合いを続けていけばいつか分か
We
る。
believe that wholeheartedly? Yes. Yes, we
私
do.
はそう信じてるし実現させてみせるわ。
同感だ。私だって絶対に諦めねえ
Won't
ぜ。
give up until we reach compromise.
せいぜい頑張ってください。
Assuming you survive, my old bones will be waiting here for true heirs to return. How old is this guy? Is he like really old? So he said old bones?
昔から何考えてるかわからなかったけど、安心したよ。さすがの兄さんも。
It's not for the greater good, Koana. All he wants is to test his own strength against what his daddy did.
民とは国という砦を築くための石だ。失うほどにトライオラは弱く、脆くなる。
That's one of the few times. Yeah, there it comes. The stepping stone. Like, not exactly what I wanted to hear, but, okay, let's go.
コーナ兄さん、ゾラージャ兄さん、今だけは継承の儀のことは忘れて、二人の力を貸してくれ。
Help us fight this overgrown snakebird? Sure.
生ける最悪だかなんだか知らねえが、一丁、あたしらでやってやろうぜ。
I think this was the first time I thought maybe, just like maybe, Zoraldra might turn around to be something different, but no. As we all know, he did not. Look at that. I see a berry. A crafty one. Sadly, I don't think the game allows this still. That would be so funky if it did. Like basically almost doesn't heal you. There we go. Okay, clear selection and first trial. Let's go. Give it a fancy bow. First time I did was with the party. I did actually add Zoralja. Well, it was at least a quick queue. And once this is done, I'll stop stream and come back a little after dinner. Still think this is just pretty. With the rainbow and all. Basically recharging. Oh, look at that fancy looking tank. Well, time to remember. That's in the middle. I think it does it like very much in a set way. Which is basically out. Out again. Now we should probably the next one is the beak. So sides. At least I remember this from all the savaging. I mean extreming. Not savage, extreme. Oh, okay, we're frost first. This is the one where we move, regardless of things. This is out. No, a bit of terrorism. Yep. Going up. I was pretty sure it was up first. You have to be down, Barry. You've done this too many times on Extreme. Don't remember if it had anything to say at all. Oh there, it has both tanks. Ah, crap. I like how Entei is just standing over there all by himself. Now that's gonna kill him. Yeah. So not used to using my GCDs, I admit it. Oh, this is shiny. Very, very shiny. Back into the middle. Yeah, one of the tanks needs to taunt. Oh, one of them did. Good. Back to freezing. Oops. Ah, that's the side and I'm too slow. Way too slow. That was me being so slow. Wait, that's back. How did Entei? How did you get hit? Did not expect that. It's almost like harder than I remembered it to be, but I did it with the ones who always stay alive, basically. Just a bit of a cheat. I did it with people on my second run. Oh crap, we need up, we need up, we need up. This is where you need up. We did it. Even with a couple of deaths. Especially when you had both the tanks get shoved off. That was a bit of a smiley moment. I guess everyone left. I was going to say thank you for party, but everybody had already left me. Well, we did it. We haven't forgotten old tricks after all, huh? Mm-hmm. The weakened version of it. So we're just gonna see this cutscene and I'm gonna stop right there and we're gonna pick up after I had my dinner. So I'm gonna have a bit of a rest. She is such a big child. But we approve. It's allowed to be happy with that. So our old guy is just gonna leave. Mm-hmm. You want to do some normal raids? Okay. Thank you for joining me though. Good luck with getting music. No more rolling ones. I saw that. No more rolling one. You roll 99 on your next one. You hear me? 99. It's your curse, yeah. But you still fought well. And it's not all about surpassing your father, in my opinion. It's nothing new though in this guy's world, really. If we think about it, we kill stuff we kill gods all the way. That's his like solo obsession. He needs to prove that he is a miracle. Well, that's a point that, well, we did leave him, but just Sarl Jaw for company. Yeah. So, we'll stop here. This will be the end of stream for now. And I'll be back, like I said, later, and we'll continue the MSQ then. So I'm just gonna say thank you for joining me, Baron, and thank you for staying here, and thank you for keeping me company. Thank you to the lurkers, because we know they're here. We appreciate them. I'll be seeing you sometime around 6 p.m. my time. That's GMT +2. So I'll be seeing you later. For now, have a good day. Morning, evening, I don't know. Whatever it is where you are, and I'll be seeing you. Bye!